Muito provável que você vai ver o APAC, mano. Vamos ver. Tentar fazer uma força, mano. Mas eu acho que eu devo ver só o APAC hoje. O E6 não vai dar pra ver, não. Aí amanhã, se for, não sei que horas que vai ser o da América. É a hora do América amanhã também. 20 não, é 12, aí já tô maluco. 12 HPDB. 12 HPDB. Ixi, eu nem sei que hora. 12 é que horas, mano? Não tem nem ideia que horas é 12. 12 horas. Tô doido, mano. Já tô com sono. Não vai dar 12 horas, não. E6 não vai dar. E6 não vai dar pra eu ver, não. Mas o APAC eu vou ver. Dá pra fazer aposta aqui já, ó. Deixa eu ver no Wikipedia do BRAWL. Eu já aposto nos times que ganhou semana passada, né? É APAC. Sudeste Asiático. Ixi, é esse aqui? RCFL. Pera aí. Pera aí, né, mano? Rising Suncia. Rising Suncia. É 12 horas? Ah, então 12 horas é de boa, pô. Não, não é aqui não, é no outro. Ásia. Ásia, Índia. Rising. Agora qual desses daqui é que eu não sei. É esse aqui, ó. Rising. Rising Sul Sport. O Team Flash ganhou. O Team Flash ganhou semana passada de 3-0. Eu vou postar no Team Flash. Esse aqui é Team Flash, ó. Team Flash. Pronto. Agora esse outro aí. Deve ser Índia, né? É Índia. Foi de 3-1 para RNT, então RNT de novo. Agora esse aqui vai ser esse aqui, né? Vamos lá. Esse aqui. Aphelios Reject. Ixi, Reject ganha. Guaxinim ou Aphelios? Guaxinim ou Aphelios? Aphelios. F. 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 Aí, ó. Foi agora? Aí, ó, tá certo. É isso aí. A aposta de hoje é isso aí, mano. Entendeu? Essa é a aposta, mano. Baseado no resultado do mês passado. Cadê o Japa? Qual o Japa? Vamos lá, desconfiar, enviar. E aí, Covid F. Aposta enviada. Agora eu tenho outro aqui pra eu copiar, ó. Esse aqui, ó, tem que copiar aqui, ó. É Flash. RNT. Esse aqui. Esse aqui. Esse aqui. Postar. Aí foi. Aqui pra fechar e volta pra cá. Voltou pra cá. Agora abre a live. Agora abrir a live. 1 minuto. Vai ser na Twitch, né? Twitch. Vitola procurar. Vitola procurar. F-Brawl. Headstone. Não tem live de Brawl e olha no que deu. Vou puxar o Brawl daqui, ó. Não tá ao vivo ainda, tem que esperar. Cheguei. E aí, Moisés, vou acompanhar essa aposta. Mano, copia a minha. A minha eu tô copiando o resultado do mês passado. Apostar só nessa conta, eu apostei em duas só. Eu só aposto nessas duas aqui, ó. As outras eu nem aposto, não. As outras não importa, não. Eu só aposto nas duas principais. O resto eu nem aposto, não. É muita conta, Rafa. É muita conta, mano. Muita conta. Aí, eu assisti. Esse aqui tem copy, eu tenho que mutar. Se essa live tem copy, mano, os caras fazem live com música de copy, velho. F, live de copy. Deixa aí, eu vou esperar. 4 minutola. 4 minutão. Mano, eu vou ver a EMEA não, hein? Eu só vou ver a PAC. EMEA é daqui 5 horas. Daqui 5 horas é 7 da manhã. Isso aqui vai demorar 2 horas no máximo. Chutando 2 horas. Bora Fall Guys? Nada, pô. Quer ver um jogo bom de jogar aqui, ó? Jogo bom, mano. Jogo bom aqui, ó. Jogo bom. Ó, já pega aqui, ó. Já pega aqui, taca aqui. Já vai. Toma-lhe, toma-lhe, toma-lhe. Pega aqui. Dá-lhe, dá-lhe. Aí dá-lhe, aí toma aqui também, ó. Aí dá-lhe aqui, ó. Aí toma. Aí dá-lhe, dá-lhe. Aí dá-lhe aqui também. Aqui dá-lhe também. Aqui dá-lhe. Aí vem pra cá, ó. Pra onde que eu vou? Aqui não tem também, não. Pera aí que eu tô em dúvida. Estou em dúvida. Aí eu tô perdido. Aqui tem, mano. Aqui tem. Bicho, aqui eu tô perdido. Tem. Tá bom. Ferrado. Estou ferrado. Ixi, agora eu não sei onde eu vou, não. Não sei onde eu vou mais, não, aqui, mano. Aqui tem duas, aqui tem uma. Aqui tem duas, aqui tem uma. Aqui ferrou. Tô travado. A música é muito viciante. Tô travadão, mano. Eu não sei onde eu clico aqui agora. Vou na dedução. E aí, Vinícius? Madrugando? Madrugando, mano. Os caras fazem torneio de madrugada, velho. Tristeza. Eles já divulgou o local desse ano do Mundial? Ainda não, né? Podia ser no Brasil, velho. Sério. Eu tô torcendo pra esse Mundial ser no Brasil, velho. E aqui, ó. Do ano passado foi em Paris. Agora esse ano... F esse ano. F. Podia mandar o Mundial pro Brasil esse ano, mano. Sério, velho. Sério mesmo. 2021 foi aonde? Budapeste, Bucareste. 2020. Word. Foi internet? Foi pela internet? F. 2019. Foi no Japão, na Coreia. Nossa, mano, se fosse no Brasil, velho, eu ia ficar felizão, mano. Eu 100% iria. 100% iria, mano. Eu ia muito no Mundial esse ano, se fosse no Brasil. Premiação 750 mil. Ano passado foi quanto? 1 milhão? Ué. Se ano passado foi 1 milhão, o outro ano também foi 1 milhão. Aqui foi 1 milhão. Aqui foi 250 mil. Por que esse ano tá 750? O BRAWL faliu, mano. O BRAWL faliu e olha no que deu. O BRAWL faliu e olha no que deu, mano. Esperar essa musiquinha passar pra eu liberar o áudio. Hello, brother. My name is... 4 minutos de novo, que tristeza, velho. Mais 5 minutos, velho.
Welcome to 2023's most important monthly finals yet, Brawl Stars Nation. I am Kenny Barlow, joined with me two of the most lovely co-hosts a man could possibly ask for. I've got Ready, Set, and Trav joining us for the first 8-pack of Chill for himself this year.
Eu tô com um negócio aqui aberto. Tá aqui, ó. Tá cá pra cá também.
This year, and I couldn't be more pleased to be back.
Os dois pra cá.
Couldn't be happier to have Kenny Set back in action. How are we feeling about today?
I mean, we love having Kenny Set up here. I think that the Ready and Trav duo is going to be.
É quando precisar eu puxo pra cá, ó, tá vendo?
The consistency of seeing some of the same matches every month after month.
Vai puxando, ó.
It's exciting because we get to break some ties here.
F, bugou tudo. Fui zicado, velho. Diminuiu tudo, vai. Tô sem o chat, tô sem a live. F campo minado. F live.
Power match format, just like those games you play at home.
F live, zicou tudo aqui agora.
Best of 5 quarterfinals all the way to our grand finals today, which of course kicks off.
E lactose, como é que você tá, mano?
This leaderboard not changing much here as Team Flash and Rising Sun, of course, are going to be our 2 finalists. Ready?
Yeah, we've seen this same match 1 month after the next, is what I was touching on earlier, but I think every single region, sub-region within this mega region of APAC doesn't seem to be too immune to this sort of recurrence of the same matches over and over. That said, Team Flash, Rising Sun, SEA, we're going to see these two clash once again.
Yeah, Trav, and of course with 218 and 158, this doesn't even include the points that they'll acquire, 70 and 100 respectively, depending on who wins this one. There are teams like Buy, Umbrella, Reforged, they're kind of within striking distance.
N-Beat aí, N-Beat, tu é músico, né, mano? Eu queria fazer uma música. Minha meta de vida era isso, era fazer um livro, uma música, fazer algo que considera ator também. É uma coisa de ator, uma coisa de música, uma coisa de escritor. Não é tão difícil, mano. Hoje em dia não é difícil fazer um livro, não é difícil fazer uma música e não é difícil fazer uma peça. Acho que pra mim o mais difícil seria... Mas na ideia, ator, mano, na live eu posso ser ator, eu posso fingir ser uma pessoa boa ou ruim na live. Eu tô atuando ao vivo. Atuando ao vivo e olha no que deu, né? Eu só não tô falando personagem. Eu já fiz um personagem na live também, né? Já fiz um personagem na live. O Brasil joga hoje? Não, só amanhã, mano. Amanhã meio-dia. Amanhã meio-dia. Todo mundo tá me copiando. Todo mundo me copiando e olha no que deu. Eu vou lá e todo mundo perde. Todo mundo copiando. Não sei qual cabelo tá pior dos três. E são da Europa, né? Europa... Que horas é na Europa agora? Vamos olhar as horas da Europa aqui, mano. Horário, Espanha. 7 da manhã. 7 da manhã, mano. Os caras acabou de acordar, pô. Os caras tá acordado agora, mano. Ou eles não é da Espanha, eles é dos Estados Unidos.
Teams that have proven themselves for multiple months in a row. The Rising Sun SCA, if they want a chance to take #1 in this region anytime soon, they got to stop making up some points here. They got to get a grand finals win. That's of course Meow, Troy E, and Bear on their side.
There's no better time to start than now for this trio.
E aí, Júnior, como é que você tá, mano? Isso aí é coreano. 100% coreano. Do cabelo ao olho. A PAC é Ásia, a PAC é Ásia. Ou a PAC é a mulher do Pac-Man.
I think that's very fair as well. Look, Team Flash have had some phenomenal months so far this year. I don't really expect anything differently, and until I see them get beat, it's pretty simple, right? I'm just going to pick them to win. Jay, Hiroshi, Response, 3 phenomenal players on Team Flash. Very historic franchise and stars as well.
Perdi 10 pontos. Perdi 10 pontos e olha no que deu.
Great player and arguably one of the best, if not the best in this region.
Já tem a data do Mundial, não. Nem a data e nem o local. Podia ser em Minas, né, mano? No Mineirinho. No Mineirinho, em Minas. Novembro de 2023. Mas acho que se for aqui vai ser no Rio ou em São Paulo. Podia ser aqui em Minas, no Mineirinho. Tristeza, velho.
Only a rivalry if Rising Sun SCA can get some wins in here too. This is going to be a big opportunity for them to put themselves on the global leaderboard, to put themselves on the map. Kind of a prove it month for me. There's going to be a lot of teams and a lot of themes for me today about some of these rosters that really got to start picking it up here. We're hitting at month number 3 this month.
Vocês estão ouvindo de boa o cara falando aí?
And if they want a chance at things like LCQ Worlds, plenty of teams out there need a win here today.
Look, we come into this region in this broadcast talking about storylines, and the storyline here is that, well, nothing's changed.
Vocês sabem por que tem câmera?
We've seen these two teams face time after time again, and we've seen the exact same.
É para interação na live e também nos outros jogos a câmera serve como prova. Tipo no CSGO ou no LoL, eles obrigam o jogador a usar uma câmera para provar que o jogador tá jogando.
In the meta, our map pool has changed a good bit. So if you're just joining us for the first time since last month, some new
aí, ó, Nani, Brock, Belly, Pipe, Sprout, Tiki, Grom. Os caras vão me meter Feng, Carleto. Ah lá, o RT foi embora. A Meg passou, hein? A Meg passou. Megão passou. O Brock não passou. O Nani passou. O Feng passou. A Penny tá banida. Mano, eu acho que é Feng, Nani. Feng, Nani. O que mais que é bom aqui? Sprout. Ia. E aí, Jonas, como é que você tá, mano? Sprout. Tag. F. Já pode mandar um F aí, mano. Já pode mandar um F aí, o Team Flash ganhou. Aqui acabou. Aqui acabou, mano. E olha que Bia é counter da Meg. Aqui acabou. Aqui já acabou. Nem precisa jogar, já pode dar vitória aí. Dá pra ver na net o que aconteceu? Aconteceu alguma coisa? Não, não dá pra ver. Bonnie é bom. Ninguém pegou Nani, todo mundo é horroroso de Nani. Não existe jogador mundial de Nani. E aí, Arthur, como é que você tá, mano?
in something like Bounty. Pretty wild to watch. Bonnie, of course, a great
Pegar uma
response.
Colette contra a Meg, né? Colette contra a Meg é bom. Eu acho que esse perdeu já, pô. Não tem como ganhar, não. Olha só, segue a Meg, mano. A Meg é o Brawl mais roubado do jogo atualmente. Pra mim, eu acho que a Meg é top 1. Ela passou o RT foi nerfado também. Meg zona. Carleto. O time dos caras tá muito bom. Tá muito bom, mano. E a Meg perder aqui, eu fecho a live.
Yeah, that's a great point too. Even the mode itself has had a little bit of a change up. So there's so much newness, a great refresh.
A Meg perder F live.
Give me another opportunity. One of the reasons I love Brawl Stars.
I love Brawl Stars. Mentira, tu tá ganhando dinheiro, safado. Tu tá ganhando dinheiro aí narrando, safadão, velho. Safadão.
Really make him work for it a little bit. They've had limited time to practice all of this. I think a Carl pick here though is a little interesting. I think that's going to be a great aggressor to go against somebody like
Ele tá falando do Grey. Pegar Grey no lugar do Carleto. O Grey também não seria ruim, não. O Grey mataria o Sprout facinho. Mas não, eu seria no lugar do Carleto, né? Mataria a Bia e o Grom. O Grey seria bom mesmo. Segue a Meg, mano. F. Você viu? A tela bugou. Segue a Meg, mano. Segue a Meg aí, vai. Só segue a Meg.
Troy with low HP here backing up as the B. Meow.
A Meg tá roubadaça. Ela cura a vida. Tá 1-0. Botou em quem? Ixi, mano. Deixa aqui a chapatura. Não dá pra ver, mano. Volta a live aí. Volta a live, mano. Volta a live que você vê. 3-0. Esse tem que matar 2. Tem que matar 2 para ganhar. 7-0. 10-4. 10-4. Acabou, pô. Mano, dica, hein? Segunda, só Bunny Mag. Só Bunny Mag. Sempre Bunny Mag. Nunca deixa esse bicho passar. Só deixa passar se você for pegar. Se você não for pegar, nem deixa, mano. Nem deixa esse bicho passar, não. Proibido deixar a Meg passar. Antes ela já era meio roubada na zona que eu bania ela. Agora acabou. Agora acabou, não tem como mais não. Sabe quando tem... Como é que fala o desenho? É Power Ranger? Power Ranger? Os caras apanha, é quando tá morrendo, eles lançam o Megazord. Aí o Megazord esculacha o inimigo. A Meg é tipo o Megazord. Ela nem precisa apanhar pra pegar o Megazord.
We'll see some different strategies approached from Rising Sun SEA. Of course, that first one on the right side not going to go well. Troy going down in the process.
Travou. E nem foi aqui, mano. Foi a live dos caras que travou. F Brawl tá caindo até a live do Brawl, mano. 4-5. Matou. 6-5. 9-6.
just with so much damage being able to done with that swipe, I mean, Meg can clean things up so easily, especially if Bonnie dives out of that Clyde form, goes into that more Leon-esque type shot, and it's just going to be really tough to clean up multiple brawlers there. Great response there from Team Flash, as Rising Sun still looks to claw their way back in this one, blocking Troy for now on this right-hand side. It's one of the things that does so well into these single sharpshooters. They can't get over these walls. Bear really their only hope for that. Simple dodge there from Jay.
Flash, mano, o Flash ganhou mês passado. Ganhou de 3 a 0. Se perder agora é zica. Ganhar de 3 a 0 e perder depois tem algo errado. É quase impossível eles perder, né, mano? Morreu. 11 a 6.
But Team Flash are just so safe and sound back in this bunker near their spawn.
3 a 6.
Troy is the last one who can do really much of anything. Bear still trying to come to the rescue, but won't be able to hit that final shot.
Mano, o Meg tá muito roubado. É absurdo, absurdo esse boneco.
Yeah, that felt really dominant to me too. I think the Team Flash composition was really strong.
1 a 0 já.
Overwhelming amount of HP coming in from all three of those.
Partida difícil. Mano, vou apostar agora que a Meg vai ser banida em todo jogo. Se a Meg não for banida em todo jogo, o Rafael chama a Corsa. É impossível a Meg passar agora, impossível. Os caras zicou a Meg já. Valeu, Arthur, tamo junto, mano. Obrigadão, velho. Mas eu não vou ver o da Europa não, hein? A Europa é 7 da manhã. Esse aqui vai acabar, acho que 3h30. Essa live aqui vai fechar 3h30. Aí vai ficar de 3h30 a 7 sem live. Aí é melhor nem fazer live, pô, porque eu vou ficar 3 horas parado sem fazer nada. Eu vou dormir, mano.
Yeah, you can definitely see in the reflection there too. I mean, 12 kills to 4 on the other side. A lot of those being picked up.
A Europa tem o Rebola. Quem disse que o Rebola vai fazer live? O Rebola tá ao vivo? Mentira. Duvido que o Rebola vai fazer live hoje, mano. Eu duvido, mano. Deixa eu olhar aqui. Ele nem tá ao vivo, mano. O cara tá em Nárnia. Ele fez live hoje à tarde. Ele fez live hoje à tarde, pô. Sei se ele vai acordar não, hein, mano. Rumble versus, sai fora. Ah lá, Meg. Falei, pô. Falei que os caras vão banir a Meg, mano. Os caras não vão deixar nunca mais a Meg passar, velho. Na vida dos caras, eles não vão deixar essa Meg passar nunca mais. Tem não, hein, Rafa? Olha o Twitter dele ou o Instagram pra ver se ele... A PAC é o que? É Ásia, mano. A PAC é Ásia. Olha o Twitter dele pra ver se tem alguma coisa dele falando que vai fazer live.
Yeah, it's a really interesting map. In the mid, you kind of get these long-range or mid-range brawlers, but on the left and right-hand lanes where these indestructible walls are, you get pesky brawlers like Sandy who can be solid lane options. I've even seen some crazy ones.
Rafa.
Primo showing up on this map.
Rafola, mano, tá aqui, ó.
A lot of fun could be had. Nita somebody that
Deixa eu ver
really
aqui.
could do well into some of those tankier brawlers as well. I'm curious to see what
Se ele vai fazer, ele falou lá, mano. Se ele não falou, ele tá em Nárnia. Quer ver? É bola.
Can never really go wrong. I call him the Swiss Army knife of Brawl Stars at this point. He does well in the tanks, solid DPS, a good amount of HP, solid amount of range, you know, the fat splatter gadget. There's just a lot that this guy can bring to the table.
Mano. E vai fazer live hoje não. 14 de abril. 24 de abril.
More defensive versus any tanks that Team Flash might want to go for, and considering their track record of already picking up the thrower quite early on,
Ele não falou nada não, mano. Ele não fala, tá vendo? Aqui ele não fala. Nem no Instagram ele falou, mano.
If Team Flash decide not to go for any tanks at all, unfortunately, Nita's gonna kind of be dead in the water, honestly.
Yeah, this will be really interesting if they don't really go with a tanky route. Bear might not have the
Pegou
easiest
Brawler ruim de propósito ou jogou mal de propósito? Até hoje ninguém trollou no Mundial. Acho que não, o Francis vale muito dinheiro, mano. Cada fase que você passa, você ganha muito mais dinheiro. Vamos supor aqui, tu tá em 16º. Se você ganhar do time que tá ali na sua classificação, você avança pro top 8. Se você pula, aí a live caiu e nem fui eu, velho. Nem fui eu, mano. A live dos caras caiu e aí tá numa bala, hein, velho. Nem fui eu, mano. A live dos caras caiu do abala, hein, velho. Tristeza. É o top 8, você ganha quase o dobro do valor, mano. Não vale a pena trollar em algo que você ganha muito dinheiro. E aí, Hangman, como é que você tá, mano? O cara capotou a live e nem fui eu, mano. Lula com a nova skin, Dyna sem skin, mano, criminoso, Morte sem skin, mano, barra Ban Mortis e barra Ban Dyna aí, velho. Os caras não tem skin do Mortis e nem do Dyna, velho. Os caras não tem skin do Mortis nem do Dyna. Mano, esse Mortis tá passando a vara nos caras. Eu acho que o Flash perde, mano. Eles vão perder, pô. Acho que o Flash vai perder mesmo, hein, mano. Zicou? Zicaram ou não zicaram? Vocês já viram que o ataque do Otis é a nuvem da Katsuki? O ataque do Otis é a nuvem da Katsuki, mano. E da Lula é uma flor. Da Lula é uma flor e do Otis é uma Katsuki. Os caras ganham muito dinheiro e não compram skin, é F total, né, mano? E na ideia eles ganham skin também. Se eles for parceiro do Brawl, eu acho que eles já ganhou skin. Do Mortis já ganhou, mano. Só eu que não era parceiro Tier 2, senão eu tinha ganhado aquele Mortis robô lá. Eu não ganhei o Mortis robô, mano. Tô tristão com isso até hoje. Os caras não me deu o Mortis robô. Tristeza, velho. E a skin é cara, mano. A skin do Mortis robô vale quanto? 150? É 150, né? Skin cara da bagaça, mano.
The defense is looking quite oppressive from Rising Sun, but Bear now going for the offense, trying to accelerate things to the other side of the field. They'll lose a couple of brawlers in the process.
1-0, acabou, né? O ZK. Se o Dyna pegar ult, ele faz gol. Não pegou. 1-0.
Hiroshi not going to be in position to pass that one in, and Rising Sun SEA will take their first game of this match.
Esse Miol era da Zeta? Não sei, mano. Eu acho que... não sei. Zeta foi de F. O time da Zeta... Os caras mudou de time. Vale 300. Não, 300 gemas, né? Mas reais eu acho que é 150, não? Acho que é 150 reais a skin. A Anitta aqui é ruim. A Anitta é um Brawl horroroso nesse mapa aqui, pô. Por causa do Rufus, por causa do Dyna. Ainda tá matando. Correu, jogou errado. Tocou, gol. É 120.
Rising Sun SEA start off this game with yet another goal.
Great patience and coordination coming in from Rising Sun SCA. Bear off
Matou?
the races
Não
once again.
matou.
Cycling one super goes down. It's a trade though. Jay trying to hold back Bruce the Bear for now.
Tá 1-0 de novo, acho que vai ficar 1-1, mano. Tipo 1-1 no placar ali em cima. Um mapa pra cada time. Eles vão empatar, velho. O primeiro eles perdeu de 3-0 mês passado. Eles perdeu de 3-0 e tá empatando agora de 1-1. Jogou errado, F. Mano, tá de sacanagem essa live aqui, na moral mesmo. Tá de sacanagem, velho. Pô, na moral, velho. Tá travando muito, velho. Live do capeta, mano, tá travando.
Just to Bear respawning with that bubble shield. It's going to enable Rising Sun SEA to push out of their spawn.
Nita é inútil. O Mortis mata, Dyne mata Lula. Mais ou menos, né?
Low HP for Meow here. Troy A being backed up on this left-hand side. Bear back in action. Now Response gets the quick takedown. Jay, super in hand, hits it right at Meow, pocketing that ball for now. It's going to be Bruce to Bear and Nita. Nita getting tagged up, but Bruce keeping her alive and well enough.
1-0, tá 1-0.
Dodged by Nita as well. Bear doing his best to avoid all the action. Team Flash need to find an opportunity and fast, but it's Rising Sun with control of the ball.
15-second countdown coming in hot. Response and Hiroshi trying to get rid of Troy on the defense.
Mano, essa Anitta tá jogando certinho. A Anitta tá jogando certinho, mano. O Otis jogou certo. Os caras tudo tá jogando certo, né, mano? Isso aqui, ó, é sol, mano. Lá tem sol, mano. Aqui tem lua. Os caras tem um solzão aqui do lado, ó. Olha isso aqui, mano. O quarto do cara tá mais branco que tudo. Olha o sol aqui na janela dele. Os caras já tá o sol de meio-dia lá, mano. Meio-dia não, né? O sol de 2 da tarde. Se agora é 2, lá é 2.
Ones as well. I think Rising Sun might have a new amount of confidence coming into this.
They should. I think they've
Próximo mapa é roubo. Carbum, Canon, não. Canyon. Cabum, Canyon. O que é Cabum, Canyon? Assistir pelo YouTube, o gráfico do YouTube é pior, mano. O YouTube tira a qualidade do vídeo pra armazenar a live. A Twitch tem uma imagem melhor. Depois você compara pra você ver, abre as duas lives e compara uma do lado da outra pra você ver. A Twitch tem uma imagem melhor, mano.
I think so too. Like we said,
Cabum é canhão.
Keep it simple. Look, Mortis is not my #1 brawler option in the meta right now, but when it comes to throwers, especially Dynamite, it's a wonderful matchup to go against. You see, there are a lot of kills going down for both sides, to be honest with you. It would have been hard just on the numbers to make a real judgment, but at the end of the day, I feel like Mortis did his job right. He got the Dynamite matchup that he was looking for. He got that kill constantly, winning that lane constantly. And ultimately, it forced the other team to use resources that they probably should have been trying to use on Nita or Otis.
Quer ver, vocês falou da Zeta que... Até olha aqui, ó. Vocês falou que o Mion era da Zeta, né?
1-1 going into our third set. Really anyone's game at this point.
Seriously is. I mean, we're going to a set 4 guaranteed. I think a lot of the pace of this match is going to be dictated by, well,
era não, mano. O nome dele era Meon ou não mesmo? Se for Meon, ele não era não.
Unrelenting aggression a viable option. On Heist, it's absolutely viable, and in a lot of ways, it's the favorite strategy. But we're headed into Kaboom Canyon, which we haven't had a taste of in a little while, so it's good to be back. Good to see some of the more viable brawlers here, and some of those actually getting banned out. Crow, very first selection from Rising Sun. Absolutely, hands down, one of the best brawlers on this map. You get good visibility inside of those bushes. You can deny pushes with the use of your gadget. RT reaction from Team Flash makes complete sense. A brawler with basically 0 counters.
Yeah, RT is still arguably the best brawler in the game, despite the nerf that he recently acquired. I think he's going to be everywhere throughout the weekend across the world, whether it's the band stage.
Eu achei até o cara que eu bani da live aqui, pô. Achei o nome completo do Wesley aqui, velho. Aí eu abalo. Procurando o Mion, eu achei o cara que eu bani na live. E olha no que deu. E olha no que deu, mano.
Selection from Rising Sun. We know just how valuable 8-bit, rather Amber can be playing into 8-bit, so they've enabled themselves this gameplay in a few ways, but still, this is a very difficult brawler to move up the field. You have to get rid of some of those walls if you want the easiest path to the other side, but at the same time, you need some kind of terrain to hide that turret behind. Otherwise, it's going to go to the wayside really, really quickly.
É o Daniel. É o Daniel, mano.
The Crow and the 8-bit. If they want to take away one of the counters to 8-bit, that would be very, very valuable.
O Daniel tá no time, mano. 8-bit é bom, Carleto é bom também, Lula é bom, RT é bom. A Meg banida lá. Os caras baniu a Meg.
Yeah, it could be an opportunity to try and pierce through that Lola ego, I think, and maybe even if Jay gets a super down, detaches his head from his legs, it could also work out too. That's a very niche situation though, like you're saying. I think Carl's just a solid brawler in general, which is probably a lot of the love for that. Penny, however, is going to be able to apply some pressure.
Baniram Rafa da partida.
Of course, piercing shots of her own, and the salty barrel can do damage very quickly if a Crow manages
Como assim me baniram? Eu também não entendi, não.
Six pretty common brawlers, I would
Não
say,
entendi, não.
like this in situations like this. It's going to be all about the play style for me
A
here.
tua foto.
Team Flash really dominant in our first set. Rising Sun SCA very dominant in the second. I really don't know what's going to happen here. Obviously, we had Team Flash coming into this as heavy favorites, but right now, it certainly doesn't feel that way.
We saw a good reaction from Rising Sun SCA in the last set, but I really do think Team Flash has this one. I know it's quite early to call it, but it just looks like their draft is so much more directed in Rising Sun SCA. I think the thing that sticks out to me like a sore thumb is Meow over here on that 8-bit lane. He doesn't really have.
Mas o Corvo é bom, mano, nesse mapa. Só não é comum de ser usado muito na liga. De primeiro pique, não. De primeiro pique ele não é usado, não. Eu já usei o Corvo nesse mapa, não? Eu já usei o Corvo nesse mapa, pô. Eu usei o Corvo nesse mapa contra o quê? Era contra Sniper, não? 50 a 100. Mano, a gente voltou na Flash, a Flash tá perdendo.
Of course, on the other side, we have brawlers like Lola who can dish out a lot, but RT and Penny are going to have to get very close to that high safe if they want to really do any serious damage. Right now, complete control for Rising Sun on this leaderboard.
Team Flash are starting to push things back. Here comes the Eagle on the left side. Troy now going for the super, dodging out a lot of the damage, and looked like he wanted to go for a bit of aggression there, but took a lot of damage in the process. Still, though, response staying up on this left side. We also see Hiroshi throwing down the turret on the right, which does a good job of keeping Bear back. Meow also focused down on mid, not quite taken down, but he's pushed back enough for some control.
Votou errado.
Flash, just like you said, Kenny. Salty Barrel popped down Hiroshi with the destruction. And Team Flash need to start theorizing about how precisely they'll get this damage on the safe, because they have the positioning, but they don't have a whole lot of time to get below that 58%.
O Corvo tá jogando errado, mano.
Lola going to be a key role here as well with that. Ego being popped, the shield going down instantly, though. Hiroshi looking for an aggressive turn.
O Corvo tá jogando errado, mano.
Bear trying to play defense. Does have options. Could pop a gadget if he wants. I'm sure looking for more value and already cycling another turret here. 84% they're
F, Corvo da fome. Olha a virada como é que vem. 50-50. Carleto passou de ult ainda. Passou. Ganharam ainda. 1 a 0 Flash. 1 a 0 Flash, mano.
piercing damage from Penny really came in clutch there, and you can see a response. I mean, look, feeling good after the win, but still laser focused down. That one was just too close for comfort.
Tá todo mundo com
They gotta find
sono.
a way to make it happen once again. That's only set, or rather, game number 1 of Heist blasting right into game number 2, and we'll see Troy.
Ó, os caras lá é meio-dia, mano.
Bear trying to flank around the left side to accent it, but wow, great coordinated team.
Ah, é, aqui acabou, velho. Aqui não tem como os caras ganhar mais, não.
Drive Carl out of the bushes now, facing
O RT tá ali, pá, dando um daninho, nada a ver. O ataque dele dá 2% no cofre.
Team Flash finding their footing early here. Going to be left to Rising Sun to respond. Roshi playing his right-hand lane against Meow J, being forced right as well. Getting to
Mano, 8-bit aqui é muito bom.
making these bushes their home. Meow finally getting
Vou ter que começar a pegar mais 8-bit nesse
Rising Sun
mapa.
as well. J with an opportunity with his super if he wants to get really aggressive.
8-bit
But he's
é
gonna
muito
have to
bom.
find his way on to that high safe. Penny turret going to be very crucial.
Carleto também é meio bom.
The slow arcade machine
Tô zicando todo mundo, hein.
Incendiary hitting the ground because he's very difficult to dodge
Tô
with.
zicando todo mundo,
Now
mano.
from Bear 2, response cleans it up quickly. Team Flash in control of this map.
Oh, they've got it locked down, especially with that
Porteiro ainda tá ali de boa.
8-bit
não tá conseguindo fazer nada. Morreu pro fogo. Ziquei o 8-bit, mano. Morreu pro fogo. Morreu pro fogo, mano. F total. Aqui acabou, mano. Aqui acabou, velho.
And potentially a 3v2 once again as Meow is very close to falling. There he goes, and Team Flash continue their domination of this map.
70-100.
This is really tough. Ever since the beginning of this game number 2, where they took down Carl early, they've just been in a deficit in terms of players. It's really Team Flash
Morteiro
just
lá
in
ainda.
control. They haven't really had to apply too much pressure on the high safe. They've just been looking for kills. Immediate takedown as Bear tries to jump in. Jay entering a different form as well. Teleports back down. Hiroshi with some shots as well. A takedown on the Carl. Domination right now in game number 2 for Team Flash. Only 30 seconds to go. Otherwise, Rising Sun SEA are facing a similar fate as previous months.
Doesn't look like enough time for Rising Sun SEA. They're trying to make it work, though. Bear has a super. Here comes the Hail Mary play, but response is already with the opposition. Troy on the left side also facing so much damage from that ego. Couldn't take it down in time. Just 10 seconds left, but their fate's already sealed. There's no way for Rising Sun SEA to bring it back from here. Not within set number 3. It's gonna be headed over the way of Team Flash.
GG 2-1.
Team Flash now finding themselves in the driver's seat once again. Very similar to what we've seen in our first 2
Mano, eu acho que a Flash vai ganhar de 3-1. 3-1 de boa. Próximo é quem? Deixa eu olhar aqui. Próximo é Chasmack? Não, vai ser Marcos contra Revenat.
Look, you say they're in the driver's seat,
contra
and I couldn't
Revenat.
agree more. It looks like they are really in control of this match, and when they decided to go out on a limb, that's when they got punished. This time they played it very safe, simply playing the best brawlers around, not going for anything really out of the box. Penny, extremely consistent. RT, arguably the best brawler in the game. Lola, just another all-around good brawler. Probably not gracing the top 5 in the grand scheme of things, but still such a good brawler to have.
Já zicou? Nada. 3-1, pô. Confia. Confia, pô. Os caras banindo a Meg e ainda vai perder.
Not the most creative, but still a great brawler to bring to the battle on this map. Meow on the 8-bit, I think, is where they kind of went wrong. They didn't really have anything to accent the 8-bit, nothing to really help him out, and he faced so much trouble against that Penny turret. We saw sometimes not even being able to
Bateu sono, mano.
mortar fire at his heels, and Team Flash, they are racking
sono.
up the kills as a result.
Já tá na hora de mimir, mano. F
F
total. Mano, EMEA não vai dar pra ver, não. Eu só vou ver asiático mesmo. EMEA às 7 da manhã. Asiático até 3h30, eu acho. F EMEA. EMEA, quem que é da EMEA que é bom? É Tribe Game, não é? Tribe Game e Chasmack. Tribe Game e Chasmack. Acho que a Tribe é o melhor time da Europa, não é? Tribe é top 1. É isso mesmo, mano. A Tribe é top 1 da Europa.
I think draft is where it all needs to start too. I mean, Team Flash have consistently gotten that draft advantage in the last one. They just got some good brawlers on their side, and Rising Sun SEA tried to get creative and didn't really finish it out. I don't think they really finished strong in that draft. The 8-bit can be so strong, but you have to make it work, right? You have to have the appropriate brawlers on your side to accent him, to enable him and put him in a position.
Isso que dá não dormir é foda, mano. Já foi a época. Eu lembro da época que eu virei jogando. Eu era do ensino fundamental ainda, mano. Eu virei jogando o jogo do rato. Eu fui jogando, joguei até acordar, acordei, tomei café, fui pra escola. O meu colega que tava jogando comigo, ele dormiu do primeiro horário da aula até acabar a aula, mano. O cara dormiu de 7 da manhã, não foi pro recreio, dormiu no recreio na sala. Ele ficou de 7 às 11h30 dormindo. Ele foi pra aula pra dormir. Ele foi pra aula pra dormir na aula. E eu tava de boa, eu nem dormia na escola, eu fui de boa. Aí eu cheguei em casa e dormi. Cheguei em casa e dormi de meio-dia às 8 da noite.
And an opportunity to show what they've been working on, really, not just over the last month, but over the last several months, because this is the first map that we've seen in this rotation that is a part of the map pool before this last month's changes. So we'll see some of the more traditional stuff.
A câmera em cima não fica melhor.
Some of the brawlers not making an appearance. Also, some of the newer brawlers that have been thrust to the forefront of the meta right now. We see
não, fica no placar, mano. Tá falando aqui, mais ou menos?
Can't argue with that. They already went with it in the last set. It worked out great, and if it ain't
assim, acho que tá bom.
don't fix it.
Yeah, keep it simple. Penny, gonna be a solid pick just about anywhere.
Mano, no meu ensino médio, no terceiro ano, eu mudei de escola no terceiro ano no ensino médio para fazer um curso. Porque o curso era na frente da escola que eu mudei, né? Era só eu atravessar a rua, jantar na escola e ir pro curso. Só que, mano, eu tava tomando um remédio que dá fome, só que o remédio para dar fome ele dá sono. Eu tomava o remédio para dar fome, eu almoçava na escola da frente, que era o curso, ia pra escola do outro lado da rua, chegava na escola, dormia os 2 primeiros horários por causa do remédio. Eu chegava na escola, morria, mano, morria de sono, dormia os 2 primeiros horários, aí depois eu acordava e estudava. Não dava pra eu ficar acordado o tempo todo. Depois, se vocês quiserem o remédio, é esse remédio aqui, ó. Quem quiser comprar ele depois, esse aqui, ó, mano. Esse remédio aqui, ó.
Players are pretty good at dodging out some of those curveballs, so it can be a bit less effective at the highest echelons of play. Love to see the B coming out. That's absolutely got to be their mid.
Tomava o remédio para engordar e dormia na escola.
Anti-turret play that could pose some risks when you're playing Penny.
Yeah, I think that's a great pickup for them, and a good point that you make as well. No honey molasses pots, no penny turrets are really gonna have to worry about Squeak at this point. And also it does really well into that life plant as well, something that Spike is definitely known for. Penny has a piercing shot into that Spike life plant as well, so they have definitely a couple
Spike é o gênio, Bia, Squeak, Penny. Os dois times estão muito bons. Os dois times estão ganháveis, mano. Eu acho que a habilidade conta mais aqui. Quem for melhor ganha. O Jacaré ganha do Squeak. O Spike mais ou menos ganha da Penny. Se pá, eu acho que a Penny ganha do Spike, mano. A Penny ganha do Jacaré e do Spike, eu acho. O Eugênio meio é muito bom. A Bia meio também é meio bom também. Eu posso colocar a câmera mais baixa, não. Colocar a câmera em cima é muito ruim, pô.
Yeah, as the result of Buzz getting really aggressive, sure, X9J and Response had to kind of deal with Buzz, but they were still able to pick up a couple gems, gain map control. Now Troy under some heavy fire. Bear
ninguém de spike de boa.
Approaching this right-hand side, it's going to be Meow taking down connection on the Bear, who's just holding on to this super, looking for opportunities. It's got to be
puxou errado.
Nicely done as well. That'll help the cause.
Putou errado também.
Bear doesn't really make
Bia sola Buzz, mas a Bia é meio. A Bia não conta pro Buzz, não. O que conta pra Bia é o Eugênio. Eu acho que o Eugênio, se pá, talvez é melhor que a Bia ainda. Meio você compara com o meio, mano. Com lateral não muda tanto, não. Acho que o Jacaré mata a Bia, mano. A Bia não foi tão boa. Errou. Morreu. A quanto? 8-6? 8-6. Tá tendo recompensa no site? Tá, mano.
Perfect placement of the Salty Barrel as well. Meow low HP. Troy without a pull in hand. Response with a connecting shot, looking for one more.
Errou a ult. E o Eugênio morreu, né? Morreu de novo. O Spike desistiu da vida, mano. Spike desistiu aqui, ó.
Rising Sun SCA's Jim spell onto the ground, and now it's Team Flash under match point.
Match point. Match point da Flash.
How consistent, how dominant that Buzz can be as long as he's shifted onto the correct brawler matchup. A lot of Brawl Stars, especially when we talk in the competitive scene, when we talk esports, revolves around 1v1s on those lanes, and Bear's gonna hit the jackpot over here already, getting Squeak on his matchup. Bit of assistance from Response on the left side, as he also looks to get some pot shots with a honey pot thrown down in tandem. Hiroshi also trying to slow things down. Great grapple from Bear. Looks like he'll not be able to escape, unfortunately, as he's shut down the left side. But Rising Sun SCA does get to walk away with 3 gems from this initial reaction.
Bear certainly made it worth his while, really executing on those dodges so
cool.
well. Now a pick up on this right-hand side for Meow and things.
O Spike tá jogando certinho, mano. 5-2. Puxa. F, puxou ainda. Mas morreu. O Spike tá apanhando agora. Já peguei 2,1k de pontos nas 3 contas.
Approaches this match now.
He's going to have to be incredibly choosy about what sort of matchup he decides to go for. X9J on the left side, also trying to shut him down. Bit of a missed grapple. Now he's got to think about how he's going to get himself out of this position. Meanwhile, on the right side, Meow not in the optimal.
Nossa, que ult, hein? Rafa de Eugênio. Rafa de Eugênio. O Meon desistiu da vida, eu acho, não? O Meon desistiu, mano. O Meon já tá pá, mano. Meon já tá pá.
Can get more aggressive than he was previously. Response just needs one more gem. Trey, no pull in sight. Bear, no stun in sight. Just this next gem for Response will kick off that countdown for Team Flash.
Oh, and a huge pickup on this right-hand side. Hiroshi getting a
puxou ainda. Meu Deus, velho. Faltou ataque. Faltou ataque, mano.
Just outside of striking distance. Another missed gadget in super from Rising Sun SCA, which
GG Flash aí, ó. Flash ganhou de 3-1. Agora é o... É esse aqui, ó. Agora é o Marcos contra a Revenant. Índia, mano. Agora é a Índia. Deixa eu pegar minha garrafinha de água ali que eu tô com sede.
And made contact so close to a comeback for Rising Sun, but hey, I'm very happy with their performance, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform in the coming months.
Yeah, I mean, Rising Sun SCA 3 straight times have now fallen in this situation. I think it just reflects how good Team Flash really are. 3-1 here. We got
Jacaré se matou, mas não dava pra ganhar não, muito difícil.
Jim Grab is one that's going to bite them. I think there were a lot of missed supers that we saw from this game as well. You know, when you're rocking the Buzz, when you're rocking Gene, you can't afford to miss those pulls. There's one right there that probably changes the way this matchup is played.
O horário que eu mais bebo água é de madrugada. Eu não bebo água o dia todo e dormindo eu acordo umas 4 vezes pra beber água.
I think Team Flash just really, to me, seem to be the leaders in this region right now. X9J, Hiroshi responds. Oh, the phenomenal day. Meow, Troy, and
eu durmo com uma garrafinha de água do lado da cama. É só puxar ela assim do lado e pegar. Melhor coisa.
Even when it comes to things like a brawler that can completely surprise them with the Mortis, they're still able to pull out some counterplay. We did see them fall in the
F crack, mano, mentira. F total crack, hein? F crack. F crack, mano. Mas tá de boa, amanhã eu pego. F crack, hein, mano. Zicado, velho. Mas tá de boa. Tem quantos jogos hoje? Eu vou ver mais 4 jogos, mano, ó. Eu vou acertar os 4, vai ser mais 400. Vai ser mais 4 crack, vai ser 800 pontos. 800 pontos, eu já tenho... Dá, pô, dá pra pegar 3 mil até eu ir dormir, mano. Dá 3 mil exato até eu ir dormir.
It's a consistency. It is the repeated first place finishes from this team in this region that I personally believe, and I'll make the call right now, they take every single monthly final this year.
It really is feeling that way, right? I think Team Flash are just in the driver's seat. They've been in control this whole time. I know we talked about a little bit about for pre-broadcast as well. They've just been really impressive so far. They haven't been in a lot of 3-2 situations. They haven't.
O cara tem uma toalha do Spike aqui atrás, mano. Atrás da minha câmera, o cara tem uma toalha do Spike.
But now we're in a spot where, well, it's Team Flash with 3 straight grand finals. That's 300 points just being accumulated from 3 straight monthly finals.
Acho que isso aí vai acabar lá pra 5.
It's looking pretty tough, but we have a long break coming up for these teams. A lot of time to regroup,
lá pra 5? Para, o Rafa, não vai dar não, mano. Vai ser mais quantos jogos? Mais 4 jogos. 4 jogos, mano. Não, 5 jogos. Vai ser 5 jogos. E cada jogo demora 50 minutos? Nossa, fudeu. Fudeu, Rafa. Vai acabar lá pra 6 da manhã, velho. Agora é 3? Cada jogo é 50? Aqui deu 4, aqui deu 5, aqui deu 5,5, 6. Nossa, fudeu, velho. Fudeu, velho. Isso aqui vai até 7 da manhã, velho. Vai até 7 da manhã. Nossa, até 7 da manhã eu aguento?
Team Flash with a team that lots of us expected to be in this position. It's the team that I predicted now 3 months in a row to win this. You've been the same as well. Even Trav, it's his first month and
o cara comentando esqueceu a toalha na cadeira. E o que é isso aqui pendurado aqui, mano? O que é isso aqui em cima aqui? O cara tem 2 antenas penduradas na parede, velho.
Franchise in Brawl Stars. The team name alone has huge ramifications and meaning for what the history of the game is. They've been very successful in the past.
O nome do time é Bai. O Bai tomou 3-0. O Bai tomou 3-0, mano. O olho já tá com olheira? Tá nada, pô. Deixa eu ver se tá não, mano, ó. Ah, tá pretão já, velho. Tá pretão o olho. F. F, olho, mano. Toma café. Já acabou, acabei de tomar. Não vou fazer café agora, não. Eu acabei de tomar café, mano. Só passamos desse lugar, né? Então a Flash já passou, pô. A Flash já passou, velho. Aí tá em terceiro lugar.
By Umbrella Reforged taking third and fourth places respectively. It's not really an easy region to rise to the top, and especially when Team Flash and Rising Sun SEA could await you at any turn in those qualifiers. But still,
a lot of new
names looking to claim those
top água tá aqui, ó, também, ó. Tá quase acabando já também.
Still, some real titans keeping them out of those top few spots.
Well, we've got a special guest inbound
quase acabando a água.
three-time 2023 Grand
Ué, mudou o cara.
It's going to be X9J joining us on the big stage. First of all,
é jogador, né, não? Eu tô maluco.
Won 3 straight months. What sets you all apart from all the other teams in this region?
Esse aí foi o MVP da partida?
Okay, firstly, thank you. And
o MVP, mano. Agora tem entrevista do MVP da partida. Traduz pra nós aí, ô Rafa. Eu não sei japonês, não, velho.
Yeah, we've been really screaming really hard, almost day in, day out, every single day. We're putting in the work, and yeah, as you said earlier, it's just the fruits of our labor.
Entendi nada.
Absolutely. I mean, it's clearly showing.
Amazing.
Now that you guys have been so successful in this region, what's the confidence level going into something like ESL, where you're joining other sub-regions in the BSC? There's going to be some of the top competition in the world, previous World Finals champions competing against
Final
you all.
Champions.
How do you guys feel going into that?
Yeah, I think definitely it's exciting, and also it's kind of scary, I guess, because we're facing off like one of the best players in the, like one of the best teams in the world.
Melhor jogador, melhor time. Tudo é melhor.
I think I have pretty good hopes of doing well there. So yeah, we just can't wait to show what we have.
That's awesome to hear. I don't want to
Eu entendi, tudo é best, mano. Tudo é best, tipo, cara. O time é best, o jogador é best. E é tudo best.
That definitely has caught my attention. We've had Meg, we've had Amber get a few redesigns as well. What's the general consensus on some of these changes, and are there any of these brawlers in particular that you expect to see a lot more of in future weeks?
O cara de japonês tem as caras tudo igual. Eu também acho, mano. Eu também acho que os caras é tudo igual. As minas também, mano. Eu não vejo tanta diferença, velho. Tristeza, velho. Eu vejo os caras é tudo igual, mano. Isso é preconceito, velho. É preconceito, mano. Toma cuidado, velho. Os caras no Japão são tudo igual, até o cabelo.
Not really, but I guess
eu vi esse cara no filme ontem, mano. Eu vi o filme desse cara ontem, pô. Ah, não, mano. É tudo igual, velho.
Awesome to hear. Well, looking forward to see what you all can do here very soon in other competitions as well. Congratulations once again. Looking forward to see what you guys can do in the second half.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ready, set. Glad we finally got to hear from one of the guys on this team. Obviously, they've had a lot of success this year. It's been really awesome.
Cara, sabe mais inglês que tudo, pô. Queria saber desse nível aí.
Regions like we mentioned here in the APAC region and things even like ESL, very big competition, of course, trying to compete for a global spot and what's going to be around the halfway marker of the year.
I mean, it's absolutely the most exciting stuff. That's why we have to have these monthly finals, and not only to enable some of the best players in the region to get up on the big stage, but also to decide who is going to represent this region.
Tá vendo que tem duas antenas aqui, ó?
The world stage, whether that's an LCQ, whether that is actually at the main
event. Tem duas antenas aqui, mano.
It's exciting stuff. It's kind of a long way away, but we even heard there's some ESL action brewing in the future that has me pretty excited to see what these guys are going to pull out.
There's always some great Brawl Stars going down, and of course,
não
this
pode ter
region
barba.
Today, no exception. In India, here in a few short moments, won't be any exception either. Join us in just a few moments as we take a quick break. Grand finals for.
Mas tem pessoal que tem, pô. Eu não sei, velho, se não pode ter barba. Animação. Não vi essa animação, não? Eu vi? Não vi, não. Eu não vi essa animação aí, não. Tá meio ruim a animação, tá não? Eu não gostei não, mano. Não achei tão da hora. Vou tirar o áudio? Vou tirar o áudio, senão eu vou tomar copy, né? Tirar o áudio, senão eu vou tomar copy, mano. As musiquinhas tem tudo direito autoral. Esperar voltar aí agora. Cultura deles eu não lembro. Tipo no Brasil, né? Você não pode ser honesto. Você tem que ser um pouco ladrão, né? Capa. Brasileiro metade ladrão e metade corrupto. Tem um meme que os caras fazem, velho, do Brasil. Tipo... Lá, se o outro faz, eu consigo fazer também. Aqui no Brasil é se o outro faz, deixa ele fazer, que ele tá conseguindo. É alguma coisa assim, mano. É umas frases mó nada a ver que os caras fazem do Brasil, velho. Olha o preconceito. Ah, brasileiro é safado, Rafa. Brasileiro é safado, mano. Sério, velho.
I think the leaderboard's going to help kind of back that as well for sure. Revenant Esports, of course, taking the first 2 months. These are the points leading into this second month. Revenant 220. Grandize is actually at 173. Marcos Gaming clawing their way back into this one. They've had some great success outside of BSC as well. And once again, making their...
Eu jurava que era a música da live. Evanante tá em primeiro, o Marcos tá em sexto. O sexto tá na final. O sexto lugar tá na final contra o primeiro. Marcos. Imagina você ser membro do time do Marcos, mano.
Marcos Gaming in a close one in their quarterfinal, but take things swiftly in the semifinals.
A da enquete.
We had about them and they're right back where they were. Revenant Esports defeating Grandize once again to the team they beat in the grand finals in month number 1. So a team that's also accumulated a lot of points here certainly deserve a big shout out in my mind. But Revenant Esports and Marcos Gaming seem to be
Marcos perde, pô. Se o Marcos ganhar, eu sou um Corsa.
As I said, in other competitions, they've pretty much been doing the exact same as well. So, wouldn't surprise me if Revenant come out on top, but I don't doubt that Marcos are going to have a bit of fight back.
Yeah, I agree. Revenant going to be my favorite here as well. And for good reason. I mean, they've done it 2 times in a row. This is very similar to what we saw with Team Flash.
O Marcos ganhou, eu sou um Corsa, mano.
Into this season. And it's just kind of one of those things, man. Until I see them lose, I'm just not really going to believe it. It's going to be Sergeant Trishafin challenging Marcos Gaming here and trying to go for a 3-piece to kick off 2023.
I mean, they need to be trying to follow in Team Flash's footsteps, try and get the 3 for 3 this year and finish this first half.
A sigla do Marcos é MG. MG. Ele é de Minas. O time de Minas, mano.
Bigger changes to the game in general, as we've seen unbreakable walls this year come in and make a big difference. Something big could happen in this break, and then Marcos Gaming or another team in India might be able to get that breakthrough. So they need to secure all the points they can as early as possible.
And on the other side, it's going to be Marcos Gaming. It's going to be Yush, Sharon, Abhishek trying to challenge Revenant Esports. We saw little signs of life in our first grand finals here today from the opposition. Of course, Revenant Esports will be the favorites coming in. I'm not sure how the people at home are going to feel. They still felt pretty.
Qual que é o nome? É costeleta, né, mano? O cara tem costeleta, mas não tem barba. Isso aqui que fica do lado aqui, ó, é costeleta, né, eu tô maluco? É costeleta, pô.
year, certainly proven themselves in other spots too.
Cara, tem costeleta,
yeah, exactly.
mano.
Well, we'll see if they're able to come out on top today. Marcus Gaming, they need to, as I say, have this fight back, get some points on the board, and get fighting back against Revenant, or it's just going to come too little too late for any team in this region. You know, we've seen a very similar story with Team Flash in the previous one. They're just starting to run away with it. 100-point lead now with what they've been able to you know, conjure up with 3 wins in a row compared to those people getting second places. It just builds and builds and builds month on month, and as I said, it'll be too little too late for some of these teams if they don't catch Revenant soon.
Yeah, Marco's Gaming in a spot where this is kind of a must-win for them if they want to start trekking their way up the leaderboard. Of course, the first month not necessarily going their way, but our predictions.
Ninguém votou no Marcos.
Once again, we're all writing it together.
F Marcos, mano.
Revenant prediction from all of us. Look, they've done it 2 times in a row. Again, until
Ninguém
I see
vota no
somebody else top
Marcos.
these guys, it's just who I'm gonna pick, Trev.
Yeah,
Já pode mandar F pro
community
Marcos
as
aí.
well, and I'm sure they will. I will say I was a little bit surprised to see that Team Flash prediction not a little bit further in their favor, so we'll see if it's very similar with this one, whether the community of India and the rest of this portion of the world
Mesmo
knows
mapa.
something that we don't. We should be getting it through shortly. We will be starting things out in dry season, but this time it does seem to be a little bit more in our favor rather than the other.
Yeah, not as many Marcos Gaming believers here.
18% Marcos.
This is a very passionate region and one of my favorites to always cast. I feel like the people at home and you all at home in chat just always bring the energy.
Lembra o Jeff do Clarence, otimista? Eu já vi Clarence, mas eu não sei quem que é Jeff, mano. O Jeff é o pai dele? É o Leão. Nem sei, mano. Ninguém baniu Nani. Ninguém baniu Mag. Ninguém baniu Mag. Ninguém baniu Nani. Ninguém baniu Grom também não. Ninguém baniu Carleto. Ninguém baniu Feng. Cadê a Mag, mano? Pode mandar a Mag aí, velho. Se não colocar uma Mag aí, eu sou um Corsa. Na moral, cadê a Mag, mano? Não é possível. Vai ter. E a Mag?
Sharpshooter of choice, it's going to be Piper. Piper not always a great matchup into Gene, I might add. This is probably a confidence pick, and sure, this is a longer range map. Piper can still shine. But
cadê a Mag, mano?
This is, well, normally she can 2-tap brawlers. You can shoot one, and then you follow up with a gadget. In this case, Gene can usually survive those situations. Plenty of HP, also has the magic puffs in his favor. I think this is a pretty solid matchup for Gene, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty decent as well. You know, Piper, when it's out in the open, if there's some wall breaks, and yes, we do have this unbreakable.
Eles baniu o RT Sprout, Grom. O Grom é bom também. Acho que a Mag seria melhor.
Definitely can have a say in that matchup. As you said, the homemade recipe is always very, very solid. But at the same time, if she was wanting to break, I don't think she'd really bring in that Grom. Yes, the Grom can do more of the same, break up a few of those walls here and there. But it's not really the best synergy if you are planning on breaking up that map with the Piper.
Yeah, a Grom pickup here doesn't necessarily seem super conducive, but I think they're just gonna have to be careful about how they craft this map. A very safe and long-time Brawl synergy coming through for Revenant here. It's gonna be Trishant picking up the map.
Ninguém vai pegar a Mag.
Go back. It's a tale as old as time for Brawl Stars Esports. You get the
vai pegar Carleto, quer ver? Carleto ou Feng? Aqui é Carleto ou Feng? Grey é bom também.
So you can apply so much pressure so quickly. This one a little surprising to me. Makes sense given the matchup, though. It's going to be Grey, who we've seen significantly less since his previous nerf. Not in this balance.
Aí, velho, o que seria bom aqui?
Used to be really, really strong.
O Stu? Não. Stu? Carleto? Mag, eles não vai pegar Mag, mano. Não vai pegar Mag, vai ser Carleto, eu acho.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm surprised we haven't seen
Carleto.
We did see it in that previous region, and in my eyes, it works pretty well. It really, really strong brawler at the moment.
Janet é bom também.
Janet's gonna be the last pick coming in from
Aí faltou a Mag, mano. Ninguém pegou a Mag.
As I always say, it's one of those really, really
Ninguém pegou a Mag, mano.
Not really a lot that is not very good against, and it's decent against quite a lot as well. Good burst damage at close range, drop the base occasionally as well, and obviously that's going to be able to be pretty solid for tanking these gene pulls also.
Eu acho que o MVP aqui vai ser o Gray. O Gray vai ser o MVP dessa partida. O Gray é o melhor, quer ver? Se não for o Gray, é a Max, mano.
It's gonna be Revenant Esports versus Marcos Gaming. Both sides fighting for this blue star. A dive back with the phase shift as just looking to get aggressive here. Picks up that blue star for his team, and the new bounty format gonna be one of 20 stars accumulated here for Marcos Gaming.
Yeah, a lot of those
Se não for o Gray, vai ser a Max.
On the right hand side, we already saw a phase shift, vengeful spirits as well coming in from the Gene, and obviously a lot of it has been expended early on. So
e aí, Washington, você não dorme não, mano? Ah lá, parece que o tiro da Piper mudou também, não parece? O tiro do Brock parece que mudou e o da Piper também parece que mudou. Parece que ele tá mais fino, o efeito dele. Ele tá indo mais reto, mais fino.
Love this positioning coming in from Marcos Gaming, just taking their time here, trying to make sure that they're the ones in control the whole time. Beautiful shots going down. Gene is going to fall. Sergeant could
quase a Max morreu. Eu acho que eu ziquei o Gray, mano. Ziquei o Gray, mano.
There's a shot coming through from Saran as well. The Piper gameplay on point right now. Not the easiest thing to do into a Max either. Right now, Marcos Gaming in complete control with a one extra kill on their side.
Yeah, well, there's the Paul, gonna get rid of that. With the walking cane, Yash gonna get getting aggressed. Can Sergeant get out of this? Even if he gets the kill, he does manage to get the kill. Can he get out? The drop, the base is placed. Not
8-3.
Phase shifter in time. Trishant still got this pull as well. They are now at a 5 deficit.
Aqui acabou.
Going to connect on anybody there, and back to square one.
Marcos ganhou.
Made the aggressive push, and they might be leaving it too little, too late.
GG Marcos. O Gray lutou uma vez, né? O Gray não pegou uma ult até agora. Vai acabar a partida, o Gray não vai ter pego nenhuma... E ganhar ainda, velho. Mano, o time ganhou sem o Gray ultar, velho. O Gray ultou nenhuma vez a partida toda. Eu não vi uma ult do Gray. O Gray ultou ou não ultou, não, pô? O Gray não ultou, mano.
Therefore might be able to make something out of this match in this set to start things off. We know how valuable this first set is if they can make a bit of a better play.
Jogou errado.
Pull through. Early kill as the blue star went to Revenant. It's now flipped onto the side of Marcos as they got the entry frag.
Tough beat there as Piper's going to miss that connecting shot with the gadget, but an excellent start for them too. They now let the other side do the dirty work for them, and they're getting a kill in the process. Just trying to defend here. Drop the base going down as well, keeping these enemies at bay. They're going to be punished if they try and go up close. Low HP for Grom. He's looking to get aggressive here. Watchtower to protect himself. Grom bomb in play. A connection there as Sergeant falls 4-1. Marcos Gaming with a 3-star lead.
Não
sei, velho, tem algo errado aqui, não tem não? Tem algo errado, mano.
Comeback capability that they have with this composition. Trishant going to go down once more as well, but Sergeant still surviving over this left-hand side, just taking things slow, maybe pushing one by one just a little bit too much and not able to get too much done because of that, but Shafin over the right-hand side, playing this nicely, playing it slow, and he knows this isn't a favorable matchup for him until he gets some speed or something going, so just playing it patient.
Errou o acessório, morreu.
Grom bomb on this right-hand side, pick up as well into
8-1.
Sergeant gonna be in trouble now too, has to rely on these dodges, great job so far. Grom has to be careful here, but has teammates backing him up. A beautiful pickup from Piper onto what should be a counterable matchup. Instead now, it's 10-1. Marcos Gaming adding on to their lead and running away with this game too.
Yeah, make it 12.
Aqui acabou. 14-1.
He goes down as well. 14-1. 7 kills on the side of Marcos Gaming and Revenant with 0 to their name so far. Sergeant and Trishant over the left-hand side getting dominated as well. Another takedown and make it 16. Complete.
O Gray ultou quantas vezes, mano? 0. 0, velho.
Stars over his head. Strong with 5 as well, and that's just all-out domination from Marcos.
Mano, o Grey ultou nenhuma vez até agora. Até agora, nenhuma. Nenhuma ult do Grey até agora, mano.
Awesome to see them pile up kill after kill. And what I thought the Piper might struggle, right? They also pair this with Max, which I might add is sometimes really difficult to hit, right? We saw the phase shift. Literally, Max can go indestructible for a second and dive out of the way. Didn't matter. Sharon was still hitting shots. Game number 3, we'll see how it starts off. Really aggressive.
O Grey matou um agora, hein?
Blue Star plus a kill earlier. Nice shots from a Shafin. The Grey pick paying off right there.
Yeah, you maybe do have to question if this start being in the hands of Revenant's going to alter the course of the game and maybe bring them home this set win as the first one. Maybe a little bit lucky towards the end. They got that good positioning, but this time definitely starting things off a bit stronger, and Sergeant with an earlier speed as well. Not able to get too much done with it, but at least he's playing it a little bit smarter this time.
Yeah, Sergeant just trying to generate a little offense for his teammates, but just couldn't really do so. It's going to be really hard going to somebody like Abhishek, who has a really fanned out shot. Janet doesn't deal an insane amount of damage, but enough to certainly make you hurt. Opening up this map now as well, it's going to allow for Piper to kind of rain down shots in a little bit more wide open of an area. Sergeant and Trishant going to have to really rely on these dodges here. Yush letting some shots rain on the right as Shafin dodges out looking for that super. We haven't seen a lot of those.
Será que o ganhador vai fazer um churrasco? Vai. Vai fazer um churrascão, você vai ver. Um churrascão de peixe cru. É Índia, né, mano? Mas Índia come o que de churrasco? Nem sei o que indiano come, mano. Eu tenho uma coisa eu tenho certeza. Indiano não come vaca. Vaca eles não comem, não. Ah, e o resto, porco eu também não sei. Tem uma religião que não come porco. Eu acho que não é indiano, mano. Eu acho que é judeu que não come porco. Tem uma religião que não come porco. 13-0. Acabou. F Marcos. F Marcos, mano. Ah, os caras parecem indiano, não parece? Ou se não é indiano, parece aquele menino do Carrossel, não parece? Aquele ator do Carrossel, que eu não lembro o nome.
But at the end, the second game was really not good whatsoever. They got absolutely dominated. But then, as I said a little bit earlier, they flipped the script once again and managed to pull off this beautiful game 3 where literally no mistakes were made.
It's insane to me how Brawl Stars can have 3 exact same comps, and we get 3 completely different results. We have Marcos Gaming in the driver's seat in game number 1, and then an epic.
Os mapas são os mesmos. É pra ser justo, né?
Looking like they were on top of the world, and then Revenant said enough of that, back to business, and just dominated, piling up all of these kills. Even the end game here, there was really a doubt about it. Abhishek, even with low HP here, taking this guy is just not enough. Sergeant just standing in place at that point. Look at the kill count.
O Jaime, é o Jaime, né?
Similarities here. We're going to see 11 on our left-hand side, 12 actually for Marcos Gaming. So to tell you the truth, in terms of kills, it looked like Marcos Gaming were keeping up, but that's just not the story this set painted at times.
1-0, mano. Eu acho que o Marcos vai perder de 3-0. Vai ser 3-0 chutando. Só para os caras mudar o nome desse time aí. Nunca vi um time chamado Marcos, velho. Chamar um time de Marcos é triste, né, não? Grey carregou. Acho que a Max carregou, não? O Grey passou a fome.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the Piper matchup didn't work out the way that I think they would have wanted it to. It still had some shining moments. I just think that's a really tough spot to pull in Piper. And honestly, though, I think it made me eat my words a little bit. Definitely had some moments there and was a huge contributor for why I feel like Marcos Gaming was doing so well. The shots were just connecting at times, really popping off. So impressive stuff there. I think nonetheless, Marcos Gaming really showcasing that they are certainly in this matchup. Field goal, a new map being introduced into our month number 3 here. Trav, are there any takeaways for you on this map? Anything unique that you've seen here on this brand new Brawl Ball map to the BSC 2023?
I mean, I will say, I think the Unbreakable Walls.
Votei no MT só de ver o nome, é foda. Pô, tá em Marcos é foda, velho. Nita é a mesma coisa. Passou a Mag também. Ninguém baniu o Mag, mano.
It's a very good pick. We saw that in the previous one as well, and I believe we did see it come out on top as the winning side took it on field goal. But bans-wise, we're looking at Ash, Crow, and B.
Stu,
RT, and Max on the side of Marcos Gaming. Over to them for the picks now as well.
Aí eu banho o Max e RT, mano. Max e RT.
Very good, but I think there are some better alternatives.
Yeah, I think with your first overall pick, you're usually wanting to play it safe and make sure you have.
Aí é Carleta e Stu. Carleta e Stu. Watson talvez é bom também, mas é muito aberto, né? Aí tem Janete. Janete é muito bom aqui. Janetão.
It just kind of makes sense to me. Usually with that first overall pick, pros aren't really trying to lock down what their strategy is the whole way through.
Janetão, pode pegar. Pode pegar Janetão, confia. Confia, me escuta, Janete.
I mean, 6 unique brawlers makes a lot of sense to me. It's actually going to be Poco, who I'm imagining plays the mid here. I'm curious to see what they pair this up with.
Ovo tá banido.
Like we said, Nita could be a pretty strong candidate with Bruce the Bear alongside her. But
aí a Janete aqui agora. Já, pode pegar a Janete. Pega a Janete, pode pegar a Janete aí, ó. Janetão e Feng. Ike. Janete. Pega a Janete, pelo amor de Deus, mano. Ninguém pega a Janete, velho. Tem a Meg, tem a Janete, ninguém pega a Meg e Janete, não é possível. Tem Meg, tem Janete, mano. Vai passar os dois Brawl e ninguém vai pegar. Dyna, pô, na moral, velho. Nossa, velho. Meu Deus do céu, velho. Pega Stu aí, vai. Stu, Carleto. Stu, Carleto, vai.
I wonder if Marcos Gaming will take a similar approach to what we saw earlier, but if they do go with something like Mortis, it's going to be a bit wild going into somebody like Nita. So there's a little bit of yin and yang there, right? Pros and cons. Instead, they're going to go with the thrower of their own, who I believe was banned earlier on this map. Barley makes a lot of sense to me. It's going to be Yush picking this one up. Barley, I think, is somebody with these indestructible walls, similar to why Dynamite can be so good. Can also provide here. This is triple area control, really. Barley kind of that area control thrower. Poco just, has playing his guitar, strumming it up the field. He's going to be able to fan out shots. Ims, not really hard countering anything here. I'm trying to figure out how this is going to go down my brain.
Ban Marcos aí. Vamos banir o time do Marcos, na moral, velho. Mano, no lugar do Poco ali era Janete. No lugar do Barley eu acho que era um Stu. Ou talvez não, o Barley controla, ninguém quebra a parede. Só que foi gol dos caras já. Não foi não. Ita vai carregar. Eu acho que o Barley vai carregar. É o Barley ou o Dyna vai carregar, mano. Eles não tem counter, velho. Pegou. Ou o Dyna ou o Barley vai carregar esse aqui. Ninguém cauterou o lançador, velho. Eles conseguem jogar de boa aqui.
Spike certainly going to struggle with this Barley matchup if played properly.
Olha o Barley jogando.
To stay back as well. Yush pushing forward as the Poco. A lot of HP for this composition, but certainly a lot of DPS coming in from somebody like Spike. Super going down now. Poco's going to be in trouble. Dynamite super inbound. Boom! He's going to go taking down here. Abhishek just looking to try and grab this ball. Shavin putting on so much pressure. The curveball connects, and now it's going to be an instant offensive opportunity for Revenant Esports.
And then here comes another Dynabomb as well. Should be cycling it out, but he's just going to be able to get the walk. The Screeching Solo's not going to do anything either. Sergeant slots that ball in, and they're going to be taking home the first game of Brawl.
Mano, não é idêntico, velho.
Walking away with this one at that point, and I don't know what Marcos can do to answer.
É idêntico, velho.
Composition for Marcos. We're only one game in, but again, it just to me what stands out is they don't have the it factor.
É idêntico,
There's no
mano.
Pop-off brawler opportunity. It's a healthy Poco. It's Ims. It's all safe brawlers, and Barley, of course, can be really solid. But we've already got enough area control in the team. I don't know how much more it's really going to contribute. Trying to heal up his teammates as well. Not going to do much here. Not the composition that's really going to thrive off that instant pickup onto the Poco now. Finn tries to move this ball forward. Super going down this left-hand side.
F-ult, mano.
Sharon can go. Sergeant connecting the easy shot.
F-ult do Dyna.
Solid defense so far. A lot of goalkeeping right now for Marcos Gaming.
Yeah, shots being thrown left, front, center. Stun's going to come down. Not going to make any connections though. And Sergeant, yet again, starting from square one. Yash going to throw at that screeching solo, but not going to be able to bring down Shafin. He's got that super in hand as well. Just staying on that edge of Poco's shots. Wants to stay in his range, but outside of Poco, super going to be thrown down. Slows onto him as well. And the bomb once more from Sergeant goes off and gets the kill. Shran now trying to get the kill over the right side, but that's not happening either. And Trishan,
O Jaime é foda.
3 players on the map. What a position for Revenant.
They're looking pretty strong here. Dribble up this right
Errou,
inside.
acertou.
Sergeant hiding his gadget does make the connection.
Matou os dois.
Sergeant with another super as well. The
Mano,
double
triple
tap,
kill.
the triple
Triple
Dynamite
kill.
pops off, and Sergeant walks in an easy bucket here.
I mean, that
Easy,
was
o cara mandou easy,
beautiful
mano.
From the knee to bear to the Dynamite super cycle. It's just absolutely gorgeous from Revenant. Throwing out another one, not going to make any connections, but some wall break did come along the way. Should make it a little bit easier for Finn here to get some shots through the curveballs onto Shran and Yash. Super available as well, but he might want this goal scoring opportunity. He wants to try and keep this super and force the ball in with no real repercussions. Going to throw that ball up a little bit further, pass it out to Trishan. Super from Shafin still available. Surprised he hasn't used it on Yash just yet, but holding off just a little bit.
Essa ult do Poco é da hora também, né não? O efeito do ataque dela. Ele taca coração.
Esports
2-0? Mano, é idêntico, velho. Esse cara é idêntico ao ator, mano. Idêntico. Parece o pai do menino. É o pai do menino, mano. Tu acha essa skin do Poco ruim? Não acho, não, pô. Ela é da hora, velho. Essa do Dyna também é da hora. Mas o Dyna tem tanta skin boa. O Dyna tem tanta skin boa que você nem precisa escolher, velho. Tipo, a do Natal é boa, a da Pimenta é boa, a do Queijo é da hora. Pimenta, Natal e Queijo. 3 skins da hora do Dyna. Aí os caras lançam a 4ª skin da hora dele. E tem tanto Brawl com skin feia, velho. A Rosa não tem skin, a Nani não tem skin, mano. A Nani não tem skin. Aí, ó, tem votação, ó. Quantas séries Renault perdeu na final mensal de março? 2. Uma. Uma, mano.
And I mean, the DPS isn't terrible either. We saw in the first set someone had 40 DPS. Yes, it was in Bounty, but 0 and 0, 2 kills on the side of Marcos Gaming. The DPS wasn't bad. They just weren't able to find the killing blows and the opportunities.
Não, Poco Rock é feia, pô. Poco Rock é horrorosa, Rafa. Poco Rock é horrorosa, mano. A do Amor é melhor, velho. O efeito dela é melhor, né, não? O efeito é do... O do Rock é o Poco é careca, né? O Poco não tem chapéu na do Rock. Não, não. A skin é feia, pô. O efeito pode ser bonito, mas a skin é feia. O efeito é bonito, a skin é feia. Agora os caras baniu a Meg. Essa skin do Dyna parece que ele anda travando. Eu não vi, não.
Yeah, fast draft. It seems
Olha o
like
Jaime
teams
aí.
know what they want to play, and I like it from Revenant so far. They've gone with that Colette, obviously very good against Body as well, but we're already back to Marcos Gaming with their picks. Just a quick glance at the bands as well. Got the Crow, got the B, a little bit of that.
Eu acho que eu falei todas as do pouco era feia, Rafa. Feia que eu falo que eu não vale comprar. Ela pode ser bonita, mas não vale a pena comprar, mano. Tipo, não tá no nível de compra ainda.
I kind of like the approach that both teams are taking so far. Yes, they might have countered out that Body really nicely with the Lola and the Colette.
Deixa eu ver as skins do pouco também, né?
Yeah, I think Brock in general as a sharpshooter is going to be favorable in the Colette, but meanwhile Colette's going to be really solid in that Bonnie tankier cannon.
Aqui, ó, essa aqui é horrorosa, mano. Essa skin aqui, ó. Essa skin aqui, ó, tá vendo? Dá pra vocês verem aí? Essa skin aqui é muito feia, mano. Essa skin aqui é muito feia. Essa aqui é feia também. Horrorosa, horrorosa. Essa aqui é mais ou menos boa. E essa aqui é bonitona, mano. Essa aqui é da hora. A do pirata é feio também. A do pirata é muito feia. A do pirata é essa aqui, ó. A melhor é a do coração. Pô, acho que a do coração tá nem na loja. Chutando alto aqui, eu acho que não tem skin do pouco de coração na loja. Como é que eu vou falar que a skin do pouco de coração é feia, sendo que ela nem tá na loja?
But still, it's something that you can flex with, and I don't know if Revenant are maybe celebrating a little bit too early.
Yeah, maybe. I do think Shelly's in a pretty strong spot, though. It's a common conversation with several pros. We even heard X9J talk about it earlier. Shelly's certainly in a stronger spot, but I'm with you. It doesn't necessarily pop off to me as somebody who will do well in the spawners. But the clay pigeons can certainly do some work, but an early deficit here. It's going to be 3-2.
Mano, olha a skin do Brock. Olha a skin do Brock, mano. Vazou a nova skin do Brock, mano. Vazou a nova skin do Brock, mano. A Shelly foi bufada, mano. Eu não sei se ela é muito boa ainda, não. Mano, esse Brock aí, velho. É Brock zumbi, Brock fantasma. É Brock fantasma, mano. Nova skin do Brock. Nova skin do Brock, Brock fantasma. F ult da Colette.
Yeah, and he's still surviving as well. This is beautiful from Trishant up top. He's surviving this one out. Abhishek's not able to find the connections, and Brock's just not pinching well enough. He didn't find the angles, and Sergeant, during that affair over the right-hand side, has found and made his way to the left-hand side in the pocket. Abhishek's going to go for the jump, but for what? The game's pretty much over. 1-2 from Shafin, and it's going to be done. He gets it, he finishes the game, and Revenant are going on to match point.
Aí acabou. 3-0. 3-0, mano.
Certainly is not the map I expected to see Shelly pulled out. Certainly not the matchup like we mentioned too. But heck, if you're the better player, what difference does it really make? Revenant Esports one more game away from back-to-back Grand Finals championships.
I mean, this is nice stuff from them. Clay Pigeon early on from Sergeant as well. And even earlier, control for the side of Revenant Esports. This time, Yash going to be low as well and getting pushed back. Shafin looking for his super once more, trying to get some damage down, but not.
Cara, não consegue avançar. Mano, essa Shelly tá roubadona, tá não, velho? Tá muito roubada, velho. Não é possível. Mano, agora a Bonnie que tá com skin, velho. A Bonnie tá com skin branca.
breakaway jump here from Ebishek, looking to do some damage. Slowly clawing his way back into this one for his teammates. They still have to worry about Shafin on the other side. Just looking to play defense. Sharon now being backed away by Sargent. Shelly clearly a threat here, holding on to that super as well. Can slow it down the enemies. Common combination here for Shelly. A dive in there, a one pickup, make it two now as Revenant charge their way onto the high save. Already spinning as well, I might add. Feeling very confident about their odds at this point.
I'm not sure you can blame them. Look at the position they're in. Sargent's going to go against as well. Save his super. Shran's given up. Yash has given up. It's over for Marcos Gaming this month in the Brawl Stars Championship as Indian champions against Revenant Esports once again.
O Jaime ganhou de 3-0. GG Jaime, mano.
Canyon, you love to see it. Look, man, that's what makes some of the most fun Brawl Stars.
GG Jaime.
Changes always bring a little something new, but it's safe to say I think that was
Cara, é tristão, velho.
That's why my heart's really happy right
Os
now.
cara é tristão, mano.
To Revenant Esports, 3 in a row now. Marcos Gaming, of course, not the best first month, so I'm sure when we catch up with our leaderboard here in a little bit, we're gonna still see Marcos, despite 2 grand finals, probably not being in the spot they want to be in yet.
Quem foi o craque? Vamos colocar o Sergente que pegou Shelly. Vamos colocar a Shelly aqui que ganhou, mano. Vou colocar a Shelly.
There isn't that much room to wiggle. It's Revenant Esports who are going to be taking the spot to that last chance qualifier at this point, and I don't know how much chance there is of them catching them, even if they get to the finals, even if they win a couple, they've got to win 3 in a row, and Revenant have got to perform terribly throughout the second portion of the year for them to even have a chance.
Yeah, mathematically, it's only going to get tougher from here. Revenant have just been so
Quem que é o próximo?
It feels really similar to me, like our first region in SE. They just feel like this strong powerhouse here. Shafin,
o próximo é Chasmec. O Rejet ganha, né, mano? O Rejet ganha da Chasmec. Eu acho que Rejet é o time do cara da Zeta. Quer ver que a Rejet é o time da Zeta, mano?
Multiple times as well. I can't get over it. I'm not used to seeing Shelly. Makes my heart happy. A huge fan favorite at home too, so it's nice to see a little buff, a little energy coming into the Shelly picks. I hope we can see more of her this weekend.
Kenji, Tensai, Saitampo. Nossa, aqui tem muito cara bom, velho. Aqui só tem cara bom, mano.
Sargent is going to be the MVP of this game, of this region in general as a whole, and it thoroughly deserved. You know, those max plays we saw in Bounty,
tem cara bom,
some of the plays
mano.
we saw coming through the last couple of sets as well were just really, really strong, and it is thoroughly deserved.
Sargent, of course, a long-time beast at this game, man.
O que aconteceu com a Zeta? Cada jogador foi pra um time diferente, mano.
When it matters most. Look, this is going to be a tough hole for them to climb out of.
A chape é ruim.
I think at this point Revenant are safe to say a favorites. It's something really similar in terms of storyline that we had in SEA earlier today. Of course, when we look back at this, a 3-0. Grandizers kept it close, 4-button through in
a água acabou.
Too, but ultimately Marcos Gaming going down 3-0 here.
Queria água, mano.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the region as a whole as
Dá
well,
tempo de eu ir lá pegar água? Vou lá pegar água, mano. Vou pegar água até voltar aí. Aí os caras vão passar música, não vai? Eu vou mutar os caras e colocar música, velho, que os caras vão me mandar música aí, certeza. Pegar água.
Cause I don't wanna behave like the wanna flee, like the wanna leave. I never surrender, but ever remember my lover. Did you give up on me? Have you never learned a lesson? Sorry, I will never think it better go someplace I don't know, cause I got your picture on my mind. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Maybe just another fight, but you don't wanna see me cry. There is no way that it's never going there. I think it better and I swear I'll follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear.
Vai demorar pra bagaça, né, mano? Os caras tão falando. Falar pode falar. Boa madrugada, valeu, mano. Você já viu a gatona aqui? A gatona deitou ali já, não tem como pegar ela não. Ela veio aqui e foi embora. Animação do Spike. F. É música. Tô fora. As músicas têm direito autoral, mano. 5 minutos, velho. Agora é os melhores times. F. F música, F música. F música. O Tomacop jogando o jogo do trompete? Acho que não, ô Rafa. Eu acho que não, mano. Eu não lembro. Deixa eu olhar aqui. Eu acho que eu não tomei. Não tomei, mano. Cadê? Eu acho que eu não tomei, vamos ver. Nem sei quando que foi. Já tem meses isso aí, né? Tisha. React. Hogwarts. Foi antes do Hogwarts, né? Não tomei, mano. Aqui, ó. Tomei não, mano. Tomei não. Ah, lei da fake news. Lei da fake news. Nova lei. F. F total, mano. Faz o L. Faz o L, mano. Fudeu, eu não vou poder falar faz o L mais. Vou falar o quê? O melhor presidente do Brasil. É o melhor. Se não for o melhor, não é o melhor, né, mano? É o melhor, mano. Isso aqui fudeu, ó. Isso aqui fudeu. Projeto de lei. Fudeu. Fudeu. Eu só falo isso, mano. Ferrou. Ferrou, mano. F. F. Isso aqui é F. 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 F de novo. F de novo. F, mais um F aqui, ó. É, mano, aqui o Brasil foi de F, mano. Aqui eu não sei não, mano. Acho que o Brasil já tá indo. Aí deu ruim, né, mano? Aí fudeu, agora fudeu. Aí... Eu tomei, só que eu tirei, ô Rafa, eu tirei os trechos da música que tinha. Não acompanha pelo site não, eu acompanho aqui, ó. Eu acompanho pelo site só aqui, ó. Faz o L, faz o L. Faz o L. Aí os caras voltou. Aqui fudeu, mano. Brasil esse ano foi de F, não? F votação. As 4 equipes são as mesmas, verdadeiro.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, this is where champions are born, this is where champions are bred, and it really is an incredible region. I don't doubt that we'll see something similar this year at World Finals yet again, because the quality of the games that this region has been producing through these past couple of monthly finals is so good, and we've seen a few upsets.
Eu votei em todo mundo que ganhou, mano. Agora eu votei no Rejet, mano. Rejet, Aphelios e Rejet. Mas talvez a Crazy ganhe da Aphelios, mano. Mas a Rejet ganha agora. A Rejet vai ganhar. Aí eu acho que a Aphelios ganha, mas talvez a Crazy ganha, mano. E na final a Rejet ganha de novo.
Yeah,
aqui, ó. Rejet ganha. Pra mim a Rejet ganha, mano. Rejet ganha.
I was supposed to say Chameleon Esports and Aphelion Esports facing down in that low bracket. As you said, Aphelion did manage to take down Crazy Raccoon in the semi-finals last month, so they'll be wanting the revenge and they'll also be wanting the points, because whoever wins out of them and Reject, if they make it to the finals, will be taking that #1 slot.
It's absolutely true, and not only will they be taking the #1 slot for a month, but make that 2 months, right? Because we have that sort of long break.
Mano, projeto de lei que manipula a mídia. Tristeza, velho. Tristeza, mano. Isso aí é uma tristeza sem comparação. Eu nem posso falar muito na live. Por enquanto eu posso, né? Por enquanto eu posso falar. Por enquanto eu posso falar. Daqui a pouco faz o F. Faz o F de fuder o Brasil. Competitivo antigamente era bem forte. O Brasil já chegou no segundo lugar, né, no Mundial. Os caras votou na Crazy e na Rejet. O cara votou na Rejet e na Crazy.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of a recurring thing today. I don't know if you guys are kind of copying what I'm bringing to the table in terms
cara,
of
vota tudo igual também, né?
Our predictions so far have been the same throughout all 3 of us. Grand final.
Ninguém gosta. Metade do Brasil gosta, Rafa. Gosta e vai se fuder porque gostou demais.
They're the big names in Brawl Stars. You can never really predict against them.
A ideia nem a metade do Brasil gosta, né? A metade do Brasil não gosta do outro lado. A Chape, Kuru, Kenji. A Chape. Agora eu acho que vai ser o melhor jogo, mano. Essas 4 equipes aqui são muito boas. Se pau, acho que eu errei da Félios, hein? Talvez eu errei da Félios, mano.
That is definitely a nice place to be playing from. Got some comfy chairs to boast to. No, not a podium in sight. I feel like there might be a little bit of influence here on what we see up on stage. Okay, enough of that. Really fun stuff seeing these guys compete. They have some stiff opposition across the way, though.
Melty, Kenji, Kuru.
In this matchup, definitely some favorite names across the history of this region. Kenji, Melty, Kuru. Notably, Kenji and Kuru making it to the top 2 on the world stage last year, and now trying to do that again with a new roster.
Yeah, I mean, the possibilities are there. They just
Caralho,
haven't had the success.
O cara é mais loiro que tudo, velho.
Year, especially on that Kuru side, he was playing really solid throughout the previous year, but we just.
O cara é loirão, mano, loiraço, velho. Isso aí é um anime na vida real.
And yet again, this is more of the same. They'll be facing rejects once more. We're predicting rejects once again. I just don't doubt that that'll be the result. Transmissão, they have an incredible roster, but they're just not getting the desired.
Mais loiro que no anime. Só faltou um cara de cabelo roxo. Mais loiro que o Naruto, mano.
We saw Felian take a W, but Reject did get their win in. So now maybe it's time to flip the script. It's still going to come down to who plays better. On Hard Rock Mine to start us off, gym grab action. We've seen a lot of new maps come in and out of rotation, but Hard Rock Mine is always a favorite. And speaking of favorites, no clear favorite between these two. Only a 3% differential.
And let's just note the fact that the 3% differentials on the side of
O cara que tá apresentando parece o BR Pro Master.
For the past couple of months, Chazmak is still getting predicted over them, and that might be because they've got a couple more of those bigger names, but Reject are definitely the favorites.
Aí eu não sei, eu não reparei, ô Rafa. Ufos. Ufos é muito bom. Os caras baniu a Meg já. O cara baniu a Meg, baniu o Carleto, baniu o Amber, baniu o Squeak. RT e Penny. Janetão é bom. Cultura desses caras é esquisita. Ah, mano, a metade da cultura deles eu já tô acompanhando todo dia, velho. Eu tô vendo K-pop, mas isso não é Ásia, né? K-pop é a Coreia. Eu tô vendo dorama, eu tô vendo K-pop, umas músicas de TikTok todo dia, mano. As músicas vicia, velho. Que é uns trechos que vicia, que gruda na cabeça, mano. Ainda tem uns anime, que o anime é do Japão, né? Eu vejo anime, vejo dorama e vejo musiquinha do TikTok de K-pop, mano. A cultura dos caras tá impregnada no Brasil há muito tempo. Metade do Brasil já é asiático. A ideia é o brasileiro, eu acho que o brasileiro é tudo menos brasileiro. Hoje em dia, Brasil é tudo menos Brasil. E na ideia, o Brasil é índio, né? Ninguém é índio aqui. Todo mundo aqui pega cultura de outro lugar. Vamos supor, mineiro é queijo, pão de queijo e café. Queijo é da Itália, né? Queijo é da Itália. O café também eu acho que é da Itália. Não é da França. O café é da França. O carioca é tiroteio. Tiroteio é da Síria. Carioca veio da Síria. São Paulo é cachorro quente com purê de batata. São Paulo veio do manicômio pra comer cachorro quente com purê de batata, na moral. F Bruno. F Bruno, mano. O único anime que eu cheguei a ver, pô, mano, mas tem muito anime bom hoje em dia, velho. Tem o do Kimetsu no Yaiba, mano. O filme mais visto do Japão é de um anime, mano. Do Brasil, acho que é da igreja. Do Brasil é Os 10 Mandamentos, né? O filme mais visto no cinema. Se não for 10 Mandamentos, foi Tropa de Elite. Se não foi Tropa de Elite, foi Titanic. Mas eu acho que foi 10 Mandamentos. O filme mais visto no Brasil.
Some good healing in onto a choppy. Minmi doesn't really have to fight a lane on the right side, it doesn't look like. But also, at the same time, Chazmak are opting not really to play that lane at the beginning. Just taking a bit of time to shoot.
Ufus, Gus e Stu. Janete, Max e Byron. Byron, mano. Byron, velho. Meu Deus, mano. Inferno 350 é foda, Rafa. É foda, mano. É foda, né, mano? Não pode rir, mano. Não pode rir, senão os pais acordam e apanham, ref. O Biel que ia gostar desse Byron aí. Biel ia adorar esse Byron, mano. O cara meteu um Byron, mano. Não tinha Spike, não?
Here can come a big play from a Choppy, appropriate reaction from Kenji as he pops that shield, gearing up for a defense. But a Choppy is exactly where he wants to be. A very aggressive play on the left side too, where Stu's kept at bay. Almost a kill confirm onto a Choppy as well.
A Janete tá ganhando o Stu. A Max tá ganhando as gemas. 8-6.
Yeah, Levi takes flight. Not the biggest help to a Chape here, as he's going to be taking a lot of fire as they can't shoot a Levi.
9-6.
Target. 9 gems in hand now, and he does have to retreat. Nice speed away, and Memi keeps him alive just a little bit longer. But Levi up top, just trying to get the pinch down. Last gem does spawn, and it's a pick up for him. Why not just go for that and start the countdown? He is up top though, and might be working for another super. Does get it, and now it's looking beautiful for Reject so far.
A Janete pode morrer não.
Chape not in the best spot.
Morreu, velho.
Falls down, but Kuru's not going anywhere. 186 HP, and Levi collects the rest of those gems from the Chazmak side. And Reject, they start the
Bairão ganhou ainda, mano.
A lot more gems this time.
There's a potential for a comeback, but it's
Bairão ganhou ainda, mano.
Great defense from a Choppy. Levi not going to go anywhere except to the skies, and Minmi safe and sound. Spins already. Seems like APAC is serving up a whole lot of spins and
os cara é bom, vai, pode falar. Pode falar qualquer coisa. Esse time aí é muito bom. Eu acho que se fazer uma final do Mundial com esses 4 times vai ser melhor que a final. Esses 4 times aí são muito bons, mano. Tipal, acho que essa é a melhor região do mundo. Isso aí é o que, mano? É Coreia? Ou é Japão? Deixa eu ver aqui. Leste Asiático. Leste Asiático é qual país, mano?
And might be wise to put on to Melty and allow him to go aggressive.
A lot of emphasis here from Chazmak on applying pressure onto Minmi and a Choppy. They're working together.
Byron tá acertando os caras.
Also interesting approach from Minmi. We don't see a whole lot of Byron, so we don't see a whole lot of his gadgets. He is running gadget number 2, which can enable him to get a lot of DPS up close. He might need to use that if Melty gets too close to him. A lot of pressure applied on the top left side here. Choppy and Levi able to get a takedown together. Kenji now trying to pressure and gets 1 kill. A Choppy very, very low, but Kenji wasn't able to finish things off. Minmi also reacting to Melty on the
Esses caras são tudo igual.
And Reject stay alive with all these gems.
Nem dá pra saber. Leste Asiático pode ser Coreia e Japão.
Splash comes down as well, I guess, through the shield. Not going to burn down just yet, and that little gadget was still on the floor there from Melty. Cookie Popper could have been the play to go, but does wait out just a little bit longer, and they have control. They do have a bit of a thorn in the side with Levi coming in the back of them now, and it's going to be a difficult position. Drop the base place, and now he's going to be in an even worse position as they can't really fly under the radar, but over the left-hand side, he's going to go down, and Melty's going to maybe get out with one of these gems, but Chazmak Gaming definitely have a few more answers this game than in the previous.
Ouch, so close to salvation there for MGEA, but they weren't able to get that last bit of damage out. Minmi came to the rescue. He had
7-6, 7-8.
Just the right moment. Now looking to pick up gem number 8, but playing very conservative.
O Gus é bom, hein, mano. Esse Gus é muito bom.
Might have to pick these up, and he does. He's ready to take to the skies if necessary, and here it comes.
Esse Gus aí é muito bom, mano.
And he also didn't even have a gadget to finish off that kill onto Levi. Big destruction. As Reject heads up the right side, Crew falls. Kenji has to be next. They gotta get that one kill. Minmi and a Choppy looking to pressure in.
Ziquei o Gus, mano.
Still able to
Ziquei o Gus, mano.
But plays an appropriate defense. Minmi also completely surrounded. Not a good situation. Is now Chazmat Gaming EA.
Ziquei o Gus e olha no que deu.
Yeah, I mean, they got the reset. He almost got out. 1v1 couldn't be helped at the end there, but now all of the gems on the side of Chazmat Gaming EA. Complete flip of what we saw in the previous game, and it's got to be Melty. Got to go down now. Levi going to get the takedown on
Quase.
him. Melty's going to survive just a little bit longer. One follow-up shot, but Levi not going to find the killing blow.
Tá 1 a 1 agora, né?
Chazmat Gaming survive it out and take this second game of gem.
Tá 1 a 1, mano.
Making it 1-1 in Hard Rock Mine.
Mano, pra quem sabe jogar de Gus, o Gus é muito bom. Gus é um dos melhores brawl assim de range. Quando eu jogo contra um Gus que sabe jogar, eu apanho, velho. Pra quem sabe jogar, o Gus é muito bom. É igual a Max também. Igual o Stu também. Stu, Max e Gus, pra quem sabe jogar, os Brawls são muito bons, mano.
Yeah, another good start from Reject here, though. They start off with 5 gems to 0 this time, and Kenji's low. Maybe a follow-up shot from Memmi could have gone towards Kenji there instead of the other alternative, but Levi going to pick up the right-hand side with a little bit of help from his friend Achape now as well. The shots coming in from the left-hand side. CMG trying to fight back, but this might be too much of a lead for them to come back from straight off the start. This could be 7 gems if Achape goes for this one.
7 a 0. 8 a 0. 8 a 0, mano.
He'll play the lane, he'll completely swing around from behind.
Despite
CMG's best efforts to shrug him off, he comes back to punish them anytime he is out of position. Doesn't even need any help. Here he comes once again, going straight to the backlines, takes down Kuru. Kenji is next up.
10 a 0.
Melty for dessert, finally for that last shot. Levi's effectively gotten a team kill, and Reject get to reap the rewards collectively as Achape runs it back with 10 gems.
O Kenji já desistiu da vida, mano. O cara já parou, velho. O cara já parou, mano. Os caras é muito bom, mano. Os caras é muito bom, velho.
It almost brings a tear to my eye. That was just beautiful from Levi, and I hope we see him continue on.
Não, não parece o BR não, Rafa. Sai fora, velho. Tem nada a ver com BR esse cara aí.
I want to see a bit more resistance from CMG EA because we saw good stuff in game number 2.
Nada a ver com BR, mano.
To do what he was doing already so well. Pressure up one of those lanes, play just out of his mind, and then continue circling.
Não, na verdade parece sim um pouquinho. Olhando rapidão assim de lado, quando eu virei a cabeça eu achei que parecia. Mas tem que olhar muito rápido, sabe? Você vira rapidão e dá-lhe. É isso aí. Aí parece. Parece o Jeff do Clarencio.
Here, Levi was just playing so well, picking up kill after kill, and he really was the man of the match in this first set.
Ah, por enquanto tá indo que eu chutei, né? 1 a 0 o Rejet, mas o outro time é muito bom. O outro time é muito bom também, mano.
Yeah, I mean, Chazmat, they definitely have a bit of a say in this battle. You know, they can 100% bring this back. It's only 1 set down. Maybe if they drop the second one, it gets a little bit further out of reach when they have to kind of reverse sweep. But if they can pick up this next one,
e o estúdio dos caras é da hora, hein, mano. O cara tem um cano aqui, ó. Tem um cano aqui do lado, aqui, ó. Esse aqui eu acho que é o carregador, velho. Os caras estão em uma casa de... Como é que fala? Essas casas que tem só jogador é república, mano. Esqueci o nome, velho. Não é república, é... Greenhouse? É Greenhouse, né? É Greenhouse? Alguma coisa assim, mano. Penny.
It's time to see this in the competitive scene. Here comes Penny as the first selection from Chazback Gaming EA.
Baniu Barley, Ruffles e Watson. Nita, MZ e RT. Pega Bibi. Bibi, vai, confia, Bibi. Bibi tá no meta, confia. Bibi, Rico, Dyna. Game House, né? Otis é bom também. Otis é da hora. Pega uma Bibi agora, vai. Confia na Bibi, mano.
Well, could be another way that Reject decide to sort of enact the resistance towards tanks. Otis is a great start.
O Barley tá banido. Sobrou o Dyna, mas o Dyna não é tão bom quanto o Barley. Esse mapa aqui, né? Tem a Willow também, mas a Willow também não é tão meta. Brock. Não sei se Brock é muito bom não, mano. O Brock quebra a parede. Brock vai quebrar a parede. Otis, Brock. Penny. Que Bibi é muito bom aqui, mano. Carleto é bom também. Passou o sono? Mano, se eu deitar eu durmo. Tem mais 2 jogos além desse. Tem um que é a semifinal do Aphelios contra o time do Guaxinim ali. E a final que é o que ganhar do time lá do Aphelios contra esse aqui. Tem mais 2 jogos além desse. E vai ser mais umas 1h30, eu acho. Então a live vai acabar umas 5h30. 5h30? Não, é por aí, umas 5 horas, mano, 5h30. Coletão. Coletão cautera Bibi. Vai ser umas 5h30 mesmo. Hora do Rafa ir pra aula. Bibi, mano. Eu falei tanto da Bibi e os caras pegou Bibi mesmo. Os caras tão me ouvindo. Manda um salve aí no chat da live, mano. Manda um salve aí, vai, Bibi. Salve. Levi, salve. Tamo junto, mano. Obrigado por estar na live, mano. Tamo junto.
I'm sure we'll be looking towards the Otis and the Brock to kind of deal with that while the BB does focus.
O cara ainda pegou Bibi contra Colette. Eu queria Bibi no outro time. Não era nesse time aí, era Bibi no outro time, mano. A Bibi é muito bom. Eu acho que Bibi tá muito roubado. Quando os caras pegam Bibi contra eu no roubo, eu apanho, velho. Tá vendo? Só que Colette cautela Bibi. E os caras tem um Brock ainda pra passar fome. Pra que pega Brock, mano, no roubo assim, velho? Aí Brock é horrível, velho, na moral mesmo. Essa aqui eu acho que o Rejet vai perder. Mesmo tendo Bibi, vai perder, mano. Porque os caras têm Colette e o cara tá com Brock. Ah, ainda morreu. Morreu pra Bibi, olha no que deu. Morreu pra Bibi, olha no que deu, mano. Usou o acessório à toa. Quem tá atacando o Carleto? É o Carleto.
37% to 60. Looks like a worthwhile trade.
Tô falando, pois vai perder ainda, velho. Eles vai perder, mano. Certeza que vai perder, não é possível. Ah lá, 40% contra 30%. Nossa, a Colette matou ainda. Acabou. Mano, barra Bambrock aí, na moral. Barra Bambrock. Barra Bambrock, barra Bambibi. E um pega Brock e o outro pega Bibi contra Colette. Um passou a fome e o outro vai lá e passa mais fome ainda.
Well, it seems like it's base race time, actually. We saw Melty absolutely trying his best to defend that. We'll see, though. Chazmac Gaming EA getting significant damage in. Carl just going to town on that safe. Melty now retreating to try and fight that lane on the left side. Levi also suffering a lot of damage along the way. Kenji trying to charge up that super as fast as he can. It provides you so much control. Mimi is really the main way of shutting things down in the turret department as well. Seems like he's a little more focused on damage for the time being, though. Circling around that right side. Great stuff from Kuru as well. Might fall thanks to that poison. Nope, just barely alive. And gets a lot of damage taken out of that safe. 57% remain.
A Penny tá sem morteiro.
Yeah, can't really leave Kenji here, though. The Salty Barrel's definitely going to be quite helpful for him. Look, Sharpie's going to come across and get some shots. Nice stuff from him. Not going to get the takedown just yet, and he is standing behind the safe, so a little bit cautious about that one as well. Does pick up the kill, and now they're in a wonderful position. Fully healed up on the side of Reject, in a great position once more. Memmi, though, needs to be cautious. Melty doesn't have any flying hooks. So
não é possível que os caras vão ganhar de Bibi Brock, velho.
Definitely not the easiest of matchups for him now, but the tailspin being available, that's a bit of movement with
Zk a Bibi o Brock, não é possível.
Well, Levi's got a bit of movement at his disposal too, except for him it's passive. He has that star power active, bit of speed coming in here. Kuru has the combo.
Eu lembro, mano, que a Bibi cautera a ult da Colette. Foi comigo? Foi não, eu tava de jacaré. O ataque da Bibi cautera a ult do jacaré, mano. Eu lembro disso, mano. Eu tava de jacaré e tomei três bicudos da Bibi de jacaré. 9%. Acabou. O cara pegou Brock e Bibi.
I mean, that was a lot better from Chazmac, and as I said, if they don't drop this second set, they're well in with a chance of being able to take down the real titans of this region at the moment. Reject sitting at number 1
falo é nada.
Making it 1-1 now.
Pega Bibi contra a Colette e o outro pega Brock. Nada a ver, velho. E olha que os caras é mó bom, velho. Os caras é muito bom, mano. É tanto Brawl melhor pros caras pegar e os caras é mó bom, velho. Parece os caras picando na minha liga. Os caras podem ser bom, mas saber picar Brawl os caras não sabem não, velho. É possível. E olha que a Bibi jogou bem, mano.
It was defense where he really struggled. Melty, especially with so much mobility, was very troublesome for him to deal with. And that came back to bite them big time because while BB was, once again,
é 1-1 ou tá 2-0?
It was sort of the symptom
of
some things that went wrong earlier on in the draft.
Yeah, well, it seems to be the draft that is their issue in this one. First one, they took a bit of a bold draft with the Byron as well. I was questioning it, but it worked out well for them in the first. But second one, where I questioned the draft, maybe not as much. And as you said, coming off the start, I think Penny was a wonderful pick. Just so good down that right-hand side for the majority of the game. Getting towards and helping out the teammates as well. Kill-wise, I mean,
Uru matou 8.
Considering it was against that BB matchup, which he's just so good against, especially that Gotcha Gadget, just healing up, getting the super off, and pretty much just cycling everything that he's got. A lot of DPS out along with that as well, so nice stuff from him. But
Hot Zone.
to Ring of Fire. Reject
aqui é Mag. Se não banir Meg, duvido que eles vão banir Meg, mano. Tem que banir a Meg aqui. É obrigado a banir a Meg. Se passar a Meg, acabou. Acho que o melhor Brawl desse mapa agora é a Meg. Ah lá, baniu a Meg.
Already selected by Reject, sort of an insta-lock for them. Keep in mind some of the brawlers not banned out here. Amber, we see the Crow banned out for Chasmac Gaming EA. This could start to set the stage.
Aí seria Colette, Bia. Aí tem o Carleto. Carleto? Não, o Carleto perde, né?
I think B's a very smart pick. I will say, with RT on the board, as you said, Amber.
Spike não. Carleto, Spike, Pan. Carleto, Spike, Pan. Feng, Ashe. Aí Feng e Ashe perde pro RT. Stu.
By Chasmac Gaming EA, and it didn't work in the first set. Maybe want to try it again and maybe play that a little bit better in the third.
Now, one thing that Stu's really, really good at, of course, besides mobility and being able to get up in your face if you're more of a squishy brawler, he's able to avoid a lot of damage.
Aí a lateral, mano.
Rely in a lot of ways on getting that super consistently to maintain control. Definitely looking at Lu here.
Ufus
Stu's actually quite good into those as long as you execute it well. And there's not a single doubt in my mind that over here in East Asia, the players just have the top shelf kind of execution once they get in.
Eu não sei, mano. O Spike era bom. Lateral bom, mano. Penny tá banido. Teria Spike, velho. Canete é muito bom. Janete é muito bom também. Eu esqueço da Janete, mano. É porque eu não jogo com ela.
Very solid pick from Reject, especially as their third. They need something with that little bit of versatility. So Chasmac bring in pretty much anything. It's going to have a bit of a say in the matter. But Amber still available.
Agora pra eles ganhar, mano.
Should be decent against the Janet also, so wouldn't be a terrible pick. Can burn down some of this grass and
tá com pouco aí. Amber.
Puddles of oil towards the mid and with this new gear slow people
down. Zona. Amber não é ruim não. Amber foi buffada agora também, né? A engrenagem dela deixa a pessoa lenta com a poça ou é o ataque dela que deixa o cara lento? Acho que a poça que deixa o cara lento, né?
Have a fun time on that lane as they're able to consistently and easily line up those shots. We'll see if Stu and B are really cut out for it. Keep in mind,
os dois times estão muito bons, mano.
Sandbags, it will be quite difficult for the duration of those gadgets remaining on the field. So far, good use of the speed zone too. Through getting those entry beats onto the zone. Minmi already thrown down those sandbags, easily dealt with by Kenji.
Yeah, he's getting some damage down.
Mentira, o time azul tá melhor. O time azul tá muito melhor, mano. O time azul tá muito, muito melhor.
Levi on the Janet is a dangerous thing. Definitely something you ought to be coming into all of these matchups, considering and remembering as it is in recent memory. He's going to go for it once again, though. Already super to the back lines, trying to take down Kenji. Beautiful stuff as he gets that elimination. And sort of cements his position on this back left, ready to pinch in behind Kuru. There it is with a choppy enabling that pinch. 70% already claimed by
É a poça que deixa o cara lento, mano. Tá vendo que ele andou na poça e ficou lento? É tipo a ult do Spike, a poça dela agora. Só não dá dano. A ult da Amber deixa o cara lento, só não dá dano.
Youch. Yeah, it looked like the stage was going to be set almost perfectly there for B to simply wipe out the enemy team, but good teamwork, good coordination and shot calling, and most importantly, getting those pinches, getting enemies into positions that they legitimately were not able to escape from, enabled Reject to take some swift victories on separate lanes. We'll see a bit of a switch up though. Chazmat Gaming EA Kenji up that left side, already taking down a Choppy and focusing his fire on Minmi with the takedown. Here comes Levi on the right side though, and a no-look shot to the back right. Kuru takes him down, and this is exactly the sort of angle that Chazmat Gaming EA.
Pô, essa skin da Amber é muito boa, né?
Yeah, I mean, this is the complete opposite once again, but Gadgets come down, Memmi picks up the left-hand side, just Melty surviving, and he shouldn't be too far behind them if he chooses to take this 3v1 match Bond, but so far he actually survives it out, gets taken down now, and should have probably waited for his teammate there. Levi going to be able to pick up this right-hand side.
Ferrou tudo.
Not going to be able to be killed just yet, but eventually Chappy's going to put the killing blow in and get the takedown. Nice tank to drop the base from Levi there as well, knowing he was going to have that shot coming towards him when he landed. Memmi going to try and break up some of these walls, play some sandbags down and bring Melty along with him, and they've taken the lead already.
40-30.
Playing this left side has been troublesome for Melty in a lot of ways. You saw sort of the way that players tend to play Stu is with that auto aim, right? Consistently line up some of that auto aim, whether it's a super, whether it's a shot, and with him being in the bushes, it completely disrupts that rhythm. Kenji has reacted, now trying to move over to that left side, though it's not really working too many wonders for them. Levi firmly cemented on.
Se ele usar o acessório, ele mata dois.
So safe and sound, and Choppy gets some easy pot shots as a result. Just staying on the edge. Kenji, Melty, and Kuru now closing in for the retake. But
E não tem acessório mais, né?
Just 5% left for Reject to take things back.
I mean, and Chape's not missing either. He's literally just hit like 4 shots in a row and brought this one back for its team.
2-1
now to Reject as they take this third set back in their hands.
Mano, o RT é muito forte, né? RT é muito forte no meio ali.
But no, they come back. This is the mindset that people in this region have. They don't really let things get them down, and they just
O cara pinta a unha de preto.
and manage to take this third set here.
Pintar unha de preto. Vai ficar charmoso da hora, né, mano? Pintar de pretão, fazer uma maquiagem cabulosa. E ver a Freira 2 no cinema, você vai ver. Colocar uma blusa preta, uma botinona preta também, um casaco preto.
And how they do it? Well, they did it with coordination. You can clearly see just how effective the team comms are on this.
Janete também é muito forte, o Rufus cauterava o Stu. O Rufus cauterava o Stu, a Janete era boa. Era um Brawl bom. A Bia nem clicou, ela não tem range. Ela não tem range pra bater no RT. O RT parece que tá muito forte ainda.
Having these people pinching down, playing the side so perfectly, it's incredible to watch. And kill-wise, stat-wise, Reject, they've got the 8, 7, and 4 in comparison to the 4, 0, and 2. I think that shows what needs to be shown.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really any way you can argue with these numbers, and you can't argue with the results either. 2-1 on the match score so far, and a 2-0 within that last set. Great ideas on both sides in terms of the draft, and I think Reject more than anything.
O do RT é muito rápido. Sim, mano, sim, velho. É tipo a Mandy com o poder estrela de velocidade, né?
It's only been a few days that Amber's new gear has been in the game, and they're able basically to shrug it off, mostly due to how good they are.
Quer dizer, o tiro dele é igual ao do da Mandy parada. Ou quase isso, né? Quase isso. É quase, mas ele é muito fino. É muito fino o ataque dele. Baniu RT, Bonnie e Penny. E o outro baniu Sprout, Max e Stu. Pegou Mag. Aqui acabou. Aqui já acabou, mano. Já pode mandar um F, aqui já acabou. O cara não tem nem reação. Nem sabe o que faz agora. É só sentar e chorar. Esqueceu da Mag, olha no que deu. Esqueceu da Mag e olha no que deu. Vai pegar o que, Bia? É Bia, né, pô? Aí é Bia e... Aí, ó, Bia e... E chora. É Bia e chora, mano.
And Kenji on the B is an incredibly defensive pick as well. That's going to be quite good versus the Meg. I would say strap in because this is going to be a fun one.
Pode pegar o chora aí, vai, chora. Quem que é agora? Nem sei o que os caras pegam, mano. Eu só sabia da Bia. Spike? Ufos. Os caras não gostam de Spike. Ninguém pega Spike nesse negócio. Carleto é bom. A Janete é boa. Carleto, Janete.
Of course, that Byron is also another viable option for reject. But these two brawlers, we've already seen them play. They might be a good reaction to this. Melty could have those sandbags pierced through by a Janet. And you already mentioned the Byron. Pair it up with the Meg. And just
lembraram do RT, mas esqueceram da Meg. Mano, os caras é os tarados do Byron, né? Foi esses caras que pegou Byron no Pique Gema? Foi, não foi? Os caras adoram um Byron, mano. O cara é fã do Byron. Fã do Byron. É tipo eu com meu Nani. Ninguém usa Nani no campeonato, só eu. Ninguém gosta do Nani, mano. Byron pra curar o robô. Tem razão, Rafa, não é ruim. Mas o robô se cura sozinho agora. O robô se cura sozinho, mano. Mas é bom o Byron curando um tanque, ele é muito bom. Byron, quando vem curando o cara da frente, é roubadão. Janete. Eu acho que ficou 3-1, mano. 3-1 chutando. Chasmack perdeu. Se Chasmack ganhar aqui, o Rafa é um coça. Chasmack não ganha não, mano. Meg, Byron e Janete. Mesmo tendo Byron, eu acho que a Rejet ganha. Mesmo tendo Byron ali.
3k shots cycling here and there and getting some damage down. Carl can do the same towards some of those other brawlers, pick his fights, get those flying
A chape de ouro, Meg.
They absolutely can reject, have some strong brawlers on their side, though they have some good dodges on their side too. Kenji's gonna get that first powered up B.
O Rufus é bom.
Standing a lot of pressure. First set of sandbags on the right side don't seem to be much of an issue. Minmi is just the main healer on top of the Choppy. First time he's gonna be thrown out of his mech though.
A Chape perdeu o robô. Esse cara é bom, mano. Esse cara é muito bom, velho. Esse cara joga certinho, velho. A Bia cautera a Meg, se ela souber jogar.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would have liked to see an early goal coming out of reject, especially with these kind of heals that are being brought down.
É só autofire agora.
Morreu.
Foi gol. Pô, esse cara é muito bom, velho. Esse cara é muito bom, mano. Esse cara é muito, muito bom, mano. Os dois times, os caras são muito bons, mano. Foi gol. Foi gol, mano. Nossa, velho, os caras é muito bom, mano. É um nível absurdo comparando ao resto do pessoal que joga Brawl, velho. Tá bom. Vamos lá, match point agora.
Oh my goodness. I mean, first of
Match
all,
point.
they've sort of defied expectations in a lot of ways. Not only have they made the Byron work.
Ó, o Byron só curando a Meg, mano. Ele nem ataca o Carleto, ele só cura a Meg, velho. Ele tá nem aí pro Carleto, velho. E ele não erra ataque, velho. Ele não tá errando ataque, olha lá. Ele não erra. Ele não erra a cura. Ah, tô, mano, o Byron é muito bom, velho. E Byron aí é muito, muito bom, mano. O cara não erra ataque, velho.
Yeah, has left him a little bit now. He might choose to go aggressive, but that might leave an opening.
Matou ainda o Carleto ultado, mano. Não sei, velho. Esses caras é outro nível.
This swipe could be devastating. Honey Molasses is going to be placed, and Choppy can't seem to get rid of the ball, but he's getting heals for days from Memmi, and he's playing that so well. But does come out of the mech now and should fall.
É 1-0? Não, tá 0-0.
Wow, that Honey Molasses was absolutely devastating for Choppy. It allowed Kenji and Kuru to peek him so effectively, and now without a bodyguard, here goes Minmi. Levi takes to the skies to get a bit of chip damage in here. Might even be able to get elimination on Kenji. Circles over.
Usou o acessório à toa, aí jogou errado.
That dropped the base, but it can't protect him from his own fate. Kuru and Melty able to continue playing defense around this position. We need to score a goal
também.
here. Doesn't look super possible until overtime when they're able to really flex their dominance with Kenji and his B. Choppy still out of the mech. Chazmag Gaming EA trying their best to deny him that super. Even once they take him down, though, they gotta move fast to score this ball.
I mean, even in overtime, is it that's one-sided towards Chazmag? They've got the Byron, the Janet, they've got a Meg on the other side, and they've got a Russ and a Carl on the other. Like, it might be pretty even with this B on the side of Chazmag Gaming. Chappy needs to work for another mech here, or this could be coming downhill quite quickly for the side of Reject. And CMG might burst into a little bit of a comeback, but Levi trying to get some shots on the right hand side. We know what he can do even on his own, but these walls staying up is a big reason why we see so many draws on Backyard Bowl.
Well, let's take a look at a Choppy. I mean, he's been out of that mech for so long that he's actually lost his shield. This could be a good opportunity for Melty to start pushing in. Kuru and Kenji trying to get some chip shots at range. Choppy's got to be close to the super, but he doesn't have it yet. Here comes the play in for Melty. Take down onto a Choppy.
Bia tem ult, o Rufus tem ult. Vai empatar isso aqui, mano. Acho que vai ficar 0-0.
Start turning this into a victory for Reject. Bit more time, just 25 seconds on the clock. Bit of a power up for Melty. Levi now taking for the back lines.
Matou.
Big destruction. Kenji, Kuru,
vai matar.
Choppy has that super. A pass to Minmi could clear things, but he's on such low health. This has got to be the play. Pass to Minmi. Super. No.
Errou.
Not good. Kuru blocks in with 10 seconds left. Chazmag Gaming try to bring
8 segundos. Tocou errado.
Levi trying to block it off. Kuru has enough health. Could it be the
Chutou errado.
No pass at all.
Pegou a bola. Nossa, empatou, mano.
These two teams, possible opportunities for both of them there towards that late game. A little bit of aggression towards the end coming in from Reject, and that might have cost them. But Chazmag couldn't quite get the ball.
Empatou,
play that objective towards the end. Very back and forward overtime, I will say, not really favoring either team as we kind of predicted. But now we're going back into the start of a game, and usually this would be Reject sided.
Usually would, and if they're able to pull out something from that bag of tricks of there, maybe get some action on the back lines from Levi if he's able to take to the skies and then parachute down to the ground gracefully on top of that ball. As long as it's in position, it could be a goal. They've made it happen twice in that first game, but we just didn't see it in game number 2. Still, a lot of aggression. Levi could be in position. Melty
Meg morreu, Byron morreu.
2 takedowns. This could be it. Kuru has the wall break at the ready, but no one's picked up that ball just yet. They're more focused on taking an offensive position.
Já é 4:30 e já tá batendo o sono da Kenai. Eu deitar, eu durmo, mano.
Now they'll spin in, tailspin from Melty's got a protective pirouette as well, but Chappy almost gets Kenji and relieves all of this.
Quantas horas que é o jogo domingo? É meio-dia, né? Do Brasil é meio-dia.
And that might be enough to push them out, but still, we've got the slows from Kenji. We've still got the Honey Molasses as well in hand, and might be too tough of a thing to break for Reject.
This is a very oppressive offense. Oh, big combo here, but it's not going to go through. Choppy still trying to defend it. He passes right around Kenji, who looks for this goal.
Vai ser gol. É só chutar, pô. Ó, era só chutar, mano. Os caras brincando de atacar, era só chutar, velho. 1-0.
From Reject as this could quickly get away from them and head to a 5th set. Choppy getting hit so heavily, and they seem to just be focused down on him, and Melty just going for his prime targets instead of going towards the people he shouldn't be.
Build até onde eu sei. E o outro é quantas horas, mano? É 6 da tarde, 4 da tarde, né? Um é meio-dia, o outro é mais tarde, né? Tem que fazer um gol, senão perde. Morreu? Putou ainda. Matou o Rufus. Morreu. A Bia é boa. Morreu. A Bia é boa, mano. Empatou, velho. Acho que é o ZK, mano. ZK, velho, empatou. Empatou, mano, ZK.
It's smart, it really is. They played such good control in that game. They even left the ball. You know, you said there might be a goal score opportunity. They had that rough super, had the wall break, but they just waited. They played it slow, they played it smart, and that's what Chazmak need to do. Melty was picking his matchup so much better as well, and using those flying hooks so smart.
It's really excruciating sort of watching Chazmak Gaming EA try to maintain that offense, because while they're able to, they're really just making it through by the skin of their team.
Você vê que a Bia é muito boa, que ela usa o poder estrela de escudo. Porque quando você tá meio ruim de Bia, tu pega o segundo ataque de Bia. Porque tu vai errar um ataque. Então você pega pra ter 2, né? Mas como o cara é bom de Bia, ele não erra ataque, ele pega o escudo. Quem pega escudo é porque é muito bom ou é porque é burro. Ou o cara é muito bom ou o cara é burro, velho. Qual que é mais provável? A minha liga os caras é burro. Aqui eu acho que o cara é muito bom. Matou.
Which is usually a lot of time, but for Chazmak Gaming EA to push things all the way back and even get some wall break to enable a goal, open things up on the side of Reject, it's just not that much. And Reject are really constructing a fortress on this back side, already cornering that ball too. Levi's going to be a tough brawler to get past, and Kuru has to play extremely carefully, knowing that he might not get the super back if he goes down here, taking a lot of damage. Melty trying to rotate over.
1-0. 1-0.
Kuru rotating over towards the right to face versus Minmi. It's unclear whether he has gadgets to.
Aí eu ZQ, né? Se não fizer gol, acabou, mano.
Does have a gadget left. Here it comes. In fact, has one more after this. Quickly taken down. Chazmak Gaming EA still have a horse in this race. Just the last set of sandbags down. Melty goes for the big play. Levi takes to the skies. A swipe from a Choppy. 30 seconds left. Just a long way to go.
A bola tá na base.
For Chazmak Gaming EA.
Yeah, this is just not a possibility.
Esse Byron também é muito bom.
They've got the ball in their control as well. Back in their corner, 20 seconds. Melty's got flying hook, but how far?
Eu lembro quando lançou o Byron, mano.
Splash comes in. He's one shot. He can't get anything done. Kenji trying to make the last breakthrough, the last push, but there's just no possibility there for Chazmak Gaming EA, and it's going to be Reject who head on to the finals once again, looking for yet another crowd.
GG, acabou, mano. Agora é votação aqui, ó.
There's the smile. Okay, usually it's just stone face and yeah, another day in the office. We're going on to the next.
Ai, que sonho, mano.
Deserved reaction, a little celebration.
Eu vou votar no Nemit, crack, mano. O Byron foi muito bom.
They still have their eyes on the prize, winning the grand finals.
Byron foi muito bom, mano.
Objective for these guys. I would say wonderful performance for both teams. I really do think CMG could have taken us to set number 5, but Reject had other plans, and so did Backyard Bull. What a marathon set.
Yeah, it really was absolutely incredible. And to be honest, we could have had a few more draws in there as well, knowing Backyard Bowl. So honestly, I didn't mind which way it went. I kind of just wanted the set to be done.
Tem mais 2 jogos ainda.
Chazman Gaming, EA, you know, I'd have liked for them to take that set because it did seem like at certain points they deserved it. They played some really, really great brawl ball, but it's times like these where a chappie just finds those breakthroughs, even without his mech. When they made that passing play to Levi, that you just know that Reject deserved to be in these finals.
Oh, just, you know, so they find these tiny holes in Chazman Gaming EA's defense, and yeah, there's
Eu tô ouvindo o cara falando 2 vezes, tá não?
Tô
não, né?
Because, wow,
Eu tô ouvindo um cara falando 2 vezes, mano.
Reactions off cam. We need more of this.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very good reaction as well. I'm not sure why he sat in his seat, kind of like saluting with nobody being able to see him, but we pulled up on the replay and you love to see it. Stats-wise, though, the 10-8 and 9, 9-13 and 5, so pretty even across the board.
Meg tá quebrada, tá. Eu acho que a Meg é o top 1 agora, mano. O RT caiu pra um Brawl usável e a Meg subiu pra top 1. Antes o top 1 era o RT. Dá pra eu fazer uma tier list até começar o jogo aqui, né, mano? Aqui, ó. Vou fazer uma tier list aqui rapidão.
Looking clean, Reject just looking that much cleaner. A Choppy, especially our MVP. What an amazing player to watch throughout this last set. We saw Levi pull out some good plays, but a Choppy really did steal the show.
Mano.
And seems like a lot of you
até começar ali eu faço aqui, ó.
Thanks for voting for the MVP, but still, that's only our very first match done and
ó, aqui, o primeiro é a Meg.
Tá
com a Meg lá pra cima, lá, ó. Aqui é o bom. Ele taca Bia, Carleto, Otis, Ita, Eve, médio, Nani, a Penny aqui em cima, o Grão tá aqui, o Barley tá aqui, o Corvo aqui, Janete aqui, Max aqui em cima, Pike.
The leaderboard #1 spot
Spike
for
aqui
the
em
second
cima.
portion of the year will going into it.
Baixo também vai, Sprout aqui embaixo.
With these
Wilson
other teams, Reject and Crazy
aqui.
Raccoon for these spots for Worlds, for Last Chance Qualifier.
Edge aqui embaixo.
That as well.
Just a dizzying amount of possibilities here and a grudge match incoming. We want to know what you guys think. Make your predictions, of course, on event.brawlstars.com. I formally invite you to cast your predictions there on how exactly the rest of this bracket is going to turn out as we now grace beyond that first match of the day and head into our second semi-final. Crazy Raccoon versus Affiliate Esports. We've talked about it already, but let's bring it back. Right, let's revive this one. This was an upset last month. Affiliate Esports quite unexpectedly took down Crazy Raccoon, a powerful roster formed from some of the top players in the World Finals last year and the World Finals the year before that. Could they bring it back? Was last month just an exception, or is Affiliate Esports now claiming the fame over Crazy Raccoon?
Isso aqui é tipo balanceado.
It's hard not to side with Crazy
Bom.
Raccoon, regardless of all. If you look at all past results, if they'd lost Affiliate 5 times this year, I'd still probably predict Crazy Raccoon, because look at this roster. Tensai, Moya, and Chitampo.
Meio ruim.
Just the stars of Brawl Stars all on one roster. But at the same time, it could be proven this year that a super team doesn't always work.
Horrível.
Well, it's a lesson that we
balanceado.
I would say a perfect example if we bring things over to EMEA was SK Gaming last year. Some of the best players around, but it just didn't work out. It's something I'll say a million times over. Sometimes you can have some good pieces that don't make a good puzzle. But I think we've seen these pieces fit together before. We saw it in the 2021 World Finals.
O som é balanceado. Meio ruim. Balanceado. Balanceado. Esse aqui tá balanceado agora. Ele tá bom. Ele tá bom, mano. O Brock tá balanceado. Coach tá meio ruim. Balanceado. Balanceado. Meio ruim. Balanceado. 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 Meio ruim, balanceado, balanceado. Cara, acho que é isso aí, mano. A lista minha tá isso aí, ó. Isso aqui é a minha liga.
They're going to have been practicing, they're going to have been knowing their matchup for the past couple of weeks, and they don't want to feel what they felt last month yet again.
Not even a little bit. I mean, that was
Minha liga é isso aqui,
a
mano.
crushing defeat, I would believe, for Crazy Raccoon, considering that you're coming into this one as the favorites and coming in with so many expectations preceding you, having a star-studded track record, having a killer resume within the Brawl Stars esports scene, and then falling down to a feeling esports in the semifinals of all places. Definitely not a great feeling, but they get a chance to sort of change the record, right? Not scratch off what happened last month, but definitely amend things, amend the reputation, amend that glory, and bring it back in their court. Still, it's got to be done the hard way and the old-fashioned way too. At that, a good old-fashioned brawl.
Parece que só eu gostei da skin dela. Qual a skin? Da Meg? Eu achei horrorosa. Eu achei horrorosa, mano. Eu vou comprar xingando, velho. Eu vou comprar, fazer o vídeo falando que ela é horrorosa. Eu vou comprar obrigado a skin, mano. Eu prefiro a do carro era melhor. A do carro é mais bonita, é o mesmo valor, velho.
You still got to have faith in them against pretty much any team in the entire world, never mind this region, just because of the names that are on this roster. Bans are in, we're on layer cave.
Banho Meg, Tiki, RT, Penny, Sprout, Squeak.
Gonna get rid of the Meg, don't blame you. I like that ban. Tick and RT on top of that as well.
Eugênio é bom.
Get the Meg out of here. It is so sad to watch a team play into Meg because she is so
É a Janete também.
Feeling Esports, thankfully,
Eugênio Janete.
For now, and Crazy Raccoon get to use their ban on something else. Shetampo also with the first pick of Gene. Max selection on the side of Aphelion. Like both of the first selections, we're gonna see
Byron, o cara é o tarado. Aí a Aphelios, mano, os cara... Mano, o Byron tá no meta, eu não tô sabendo. O Byron tá no meta e eu não sabia.
Not Hard Rock Mine, but still, I think we've seen this duo do good things, and I just wonder how exactly Crazy Raccoon are going to look to counter it out.
Yeah, I mean, Byron's really been so good recently, and we saw
Byron tá no meta e eu não sabia.
And I doubted the first, and it showed, and now I'm a firm believer in Byron's supremacy.
Carleto.
I like the Gene. It's always very good. You got the pull, Carl on top of that as well. Fine hook, controlled aggression, making the right choices, which I know people on Crazy Raccoon will do. It's gonna be a real force to be reckoned with.
5 da manhã. Vai acabar umas 5h40, eu acho.
Now Crazy Raccoon have one more selection to go with. Have to think about how they're going to shut down some of this max gameplay. Don't want to go for anything that's too weak in close range.
Vai acabar na hora do Rafa ir pra aula.
Still some other brawlers they can go with.
Otis.
Is definitely good for shutting down some of those pushes. You just have to make sure that you don't let that super
Ninguém pegou Janete.
You hit it with 100% accuracy. Otherwise, Maxon, well, any of her compatriots are just gonna steamroll right over.
Ninguém pegou Brock, ninguém pegou Janete, ninguém pegou Piper.
They have a lot of options that they can decide.
Ninguém pegou Spike, velho. Acho que ninguém pegou Spike até agora, velho. Não, um pegou. Não sei quem foi, mas alguém pegou Spike hoje. Mano, ninguém pega Piper, Brock. Tu não cansa, não? Tem que ir pra aula, né, Rafa? F, tem que arrumar aí já, velho, tomar o banho. Tá quase na hora. Quase na hora, mano.
It might just be one of those where they intend to rush down the enemy team
Do Byron e Max.
of area control pretty much for free.
Otis, Carleto e Eugênio.
How this region loves to play.
Pela composição, quem ganha? Pela comp, mano. Pela comp, eu acho que o time da Max tá melhor. Pela comp eles estão melhor. Se o Eugênio jogar errado, o time da Max tá melhor. É o Saitampo e o Tensai, mano. É o Saitampo e o Tensai e eu votei na Aphelios. O Saitampo e o Tensai são campeões mundiais, não são? Eu votei na Aphelios, mano. Eu votei na Félix, eu sou muito burro, mano. Eu sou muito burro, velho. Eu tenho ensaio, sai tampa, eu votei na Félix.
But Milkrio is just able to graze the edge of that
5-0.
hand. Suzuku also stays safe and sound for now, but with so many of the walls broken down, it's going to be tough for them to avoid getting chipped down so effectively. And now with a fat splatter, forces Suzuku out of position. The Vengeful Spirit's coming in.
Morreu 100%.
A super every single turn. Bit of healing from Dimsy.
Não morreu, velho.
Suzuku alive. Actually, phenomenal play from Dimsy just a moment ago that keeps him at the front lines. Crazy Raccoon still hunkering down on defense, 25 seconds left. It's drive time for Aphelion to try and recoup 5 stars.
Yeah, they've got to be a little bit scared of Shitampo over this right-hand side, though. Moya's got that mute as well. Can't really aggress him, and Shitampo's just going to go straight for Dempsey as soon as he sees Milkray extend a little bit. Vengeful Spirit thrown out and only actually for Dempsey, but now Shitampo has healed up quite nicely. Tensai gets the pull through.
Matou, double kill.
Tensai pulls it through and Shitampo.
Ô, eu sou muito burro, mano. Pra que eu votei na Félix? Eu votei na Félix, é pra chorar.
Versus Aphelion matchup than we saw in the last month. I mean, we saw Aphelion actually pretty handily take some of these sets from Crazy Raccoon. This is much, much better form from CR. We'll see if they can continue that domination. I think one of the more impressive things was seeing Tensai hit some of these pulls, getting really, really good predictions. Shitampo, of course, doing the same old on that Carl as he always has. He got some flashy plays at Worlds last year, continuing to extend this into an Aphelion matchup. They already have the blue star at their disposal. Now just have to farm up some of these more important supers, especially Tensai with that pull. Just biding time, wasting some of the shots of Aphelion.
Tá 1-0, tá 1-0.
Maintain the offense. It'll be quite difficult. And Crazy Raccoon pretty much chill in these back corridors. Dimsy's lobbing some healing over those walls. Milkry also trying to leverage the speed on offense, but a whole lot of nothing so far. Crazy Raccoon just maintaining their position, and Aphelion Esports shut down on every lane.
Yeah, I have a feeling Tensai might want to prove you wrong with a whole lot of nothing here. He's got his pull and he's going to be looking for Milkry over the left-hand side in just a second, but chooses to rotate over to that right-hand side just a little bit, as you know, Shitampo should be able to hold and control this left-hand lane on his own. So, playing it slow, and I'll reinforce a whole lot of nothing to try and manifest something into happening.
I mean, it looked exciting.
Eles não vai morrer e não vai matar.
Now, but they're really just biding their time, waiting for Aphelion Esports to strike first. Here comes Suzuka, and immediate punishment. I won't usually criticize what a pro player is doing, but I'm not really sure what Suzuki was trying to do there.
5-0 de novo, igual, mano. Igual, mesma coisa.
Afterwards could just be the change of momentum that Aphelion Esports needed, though. Similar story to last game, a 5-star lead by Crazy Raccoon, and a whole lot of opportunities for Aphelion Esports to try and push in. Suzuki and Milkrio on low health. Missed Magic Hand, and the speed in. This could be exactly what Aphelion needs. Moya trying to get some silence in here. Not possible. Milkrio healed up. Suzuku circling around the right side. Just a few seconds left. There's a kill from Suzuku. Just one more to follow up. Shitampo's out of there. And Moya safe and sound. Crazy Raccoon remain in the lead, and they take set number 1.
Although they were in spawn the entire game, they seemed to have some level of control of the map. It was
votou nela porque ela foi a melhor mês passado. Ah, eu não vi o time, velho. Eu tinha que ter lido o nome dos caras, velho. Eu nem li o nome dos caras. Se eu soubesse que era o Tensai, velho, e o Saitampo, eu tinha votado nos caras. Nossa, mano, que tristeza. Deixa eu ver essa lista aqui do mês passado, mano. Deixa eu olhar aqui. Mês passado eles perderam de 3-1. Eles perderam de 3-1 pro mesmo time.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, and I think that Crazy Raccoon, they did have a bit of a better comp as well. Not really sure what Aphelion were kind of grasping for. It was fair to say that CR were going to get that blue star pretty much every single time and then just play it defensive, but
Mano, esses 4 times são muito bons, mano.
Those risks except from the kind of moment that you just keep on referring back to about. I'm not going to judge a pro player about what he's doing, but it was a little bit off. Stat-wise though, 3-4-1, 0-1-0. A feeling Esports 1 kill across 2 games is not what they'll like to see.
Ouch. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a tough set, but to only get 1 kill along the way is such a momentum killer. You start off the match and you don't even really get to play. Now we're headed into knockout, and this might as well even be set number 1 for Affiliate Esports, because that can't even be considered a warm-up. They just didn't really get offered any chance to play at all. Now they might be able to afford themselves some of that situation, though. Affiliate Esports getting rid of the gray, the amber, and the bonnie along the way. We'll see Crazy Raccoon with some bands of their own, but first and foremost, a max selection from Affiliate Esports. We've seen this one
Todo mundo é do Japão.
in the last set. Will it propel them to greatness?
Todos esses jogadores é do Japão, mano.
Well, Max, as you say, we'll see if it can do something for them this time, as it clearly didn't in the last one. But
F-Live. Any.
Oh, dude, you've said that once already, but this time it still killed me. Dude, this stuff really does pretty much erase my entire vocabulary. You see the Meg come up, and how many ways can you really say, like, okay, it's chalked, like she's just that good right now? The Brawler gets to heal to 7,000 health just, you know, by default. Then when it pops out, it has a 50% shield. By the way, it has more health. It still gets to shoot at you. It is so oppressive to fight against. Affiliate Esports might find a way to deal with it, but they're going to have to get real creative. I like the mentality of picking a thrower here. Crazy Raccoon still do have something like Grom at their disposal, despite having banned out Tick, and they can choose something else to get rid of that Sprout. But, I mean, point stands, and Meg is going to be a real menace.
yeah, I like your point. I think maybe Grom would be the smart pick from Crazy Raccoon to go here, especially with the Colette as well. Obviously, that's going to be good against that Meg while she's in mech form, but when she drops out of it, and surprisingly, she actually becomes weaker, she'll become stronger against that Colette. Going to go with the Barley, though. They're choosing not to go with the Grom. Thrower going to be coming in as the Barley, and I'm not sure if it's what I'd go for, but I also don't mind it. You know, against the Colette, if they can have these matchups, it's going to be pretty strong still.
I really think the strategy from Crazy Raccoon here is going to be, yeah, let's turtle up. Like, Meg has a ton of health. You can't really approach her. She's great at long range. Even when she pops out of the mech, she's great at long range.
Aqui, mano.
She has a decent amount of health to work with at all times. And you're getting close rank.
O cara que eu bani da live era da Zero Zone ano passado. E perdeu de 3-0.
Firepower versus Moya. Okay, I take it back. Not 7,000 health, but 6,000 health still. Formidable force to deal with. We see Tensai also on the left side, probably going to try and rotate over to the right if he can to deal with the thrower. I anticipate very defensive play from Crazy Raccoon here, and they'll leverage the health, especially with Tensai and Moya being some pretty healthy control brawlers to bring things into overtime and then win the game from there.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's going to be a good late game for Crazy Raccoon. They got the Salty Barrel to splash through. Tensai's going to be able to use these walls really well, and Moya, with that vast HP pool, is going to be dangerous. But Milkro, he's going to try and make this aggressive play down the left-hand side here. We're seeing them swap, and they're pretty much giving all control of that left up. Moya not going to be able to get much healing done in here. He's still shooting, still scanning out this bush, but the wall's going to be shutting off a lot of the action, but at the same time, should give Aphelion some control.
Saw Moya doing some donuts over there on the left side of the monster truck. He's going to get to maybe drive over some opponents on the left side too. Tensai does get a bit too aggressive though on the right side, and Milkrio is able to survive. Suzuki tries to shut things down. He's able to keep Moya out of that mid area. Beautiful control play. Moya now just trying to get into that smoke and also get a super along the way. Looks like he will be coming back inside of that mech too, so it doesn't make too much of a difference. That said, Affiliate Esports have taken that very first round. Impressive stuff, and actually expertly played by Suzuki in that very first round.
Yeah, his walls were really, really strong. Milkrio's got the super now as well up top.
Yeah.
Might be able to fight the Colette and try and get some stuff done against Moya, but if he gets this swipe, it could be a little bit dangerous for him to even go in with that. But Gotcha Gadget going to be popped, and that's going to be a lot of damage coming down. Tensai not able to get too much done, and this is why I question, why not the Grom? Why go with the Barley? You're going to have a lot more range with the Grom and have a bit more of a fight.
Salve aí, Davi, mano. Tu não dorme não, mano? O Japão são os melhores, velho. Os 4 times são muito bons. Eu acho que se pá, esses 4 times são os 4 times melhores do mundo. Tipo, se colocar os 4 times aí na semifinal e final do Mundial, são os melhores times do mundo. Bom dia, bom dia.
Now looking to develop that into the late game. Moya still alive inside of that mech. Tensai trying to come up around the right side. He has a super at his disposal. Here it comes. Big plays in. Moya stays just alive.
Meu Deus. Meu Deus.
There's one. There's two for Moya. He clutches out the round and we head into
Meg é roubado e os caras não banem Meg, mano.
I mean, the power of the unmech'd Meg is just incredible at this point. It's like the complete flip.
Só que Meg no nocaute não funciona tão bem, né?
First, but in reality, we actually want to see this the Meg like.
Yeah.
It seemed to work out so well. You have less HP, you're giving less heals to Dempsey, and it worked so well because of that. There's a little rotation now from Suzuki to move over to the left-hand side, and so far not getting too many connections. Now Shitampo having to back off a little bit, but that's because they're going for this swap, and Tensai's heading back to the left.
BRAWL approach.
We'll see Suzuki now try and swap onto the right. Shitampo has a really rough road ahead of him if he decides to keep taking this matchup. Moya also kind of taking one for the team, looking to advance up versus Suzuki. He has a whole lot of health to work with too, so he will be able to withstand some of the control play from Suzuki. Here it comes from Dempsey. Moya popped out of the mech. Now it's that little Meg that goes to town. Dempsey very low on health. Moya almost taken down.
Morreu, jogou errado.
Gets punished himself in the process.
Jogou errado a Max, mano. Aí acabou. Baniu quem na live? Wesley, mano. Jogador da Zero Zone. A ideia eu acho que ele tá no time do Peach agora esse ano, né? Eu acho que o PC vai mexer na Mega, eu também acho. Ela tá muito forte. Tá muito forte, mano. We see some stuff from Affiliate Esports too. They've already swapped lanes twice, put Suzuki on mid, he's back on right. Tensai though, all the way over to the left side, where Moya will try and take on this matchup versus Suzuki. It's like musical lanes, if you will, as everyone's just trying to go for that optimal. Por que baniu? Porque o bicho é infantil e burro pra caralho. Ele lembra por que baniu ele? Lembro. Exatamente o porquê.
Absolutely feasting here at mid as he claims the first kill on a Tensai.
Yeah, Tensai not really in the best of spots there, and I think he maybe could have kept himself out that one, but he was trying to help his teammates stay alive as they might be a little bit better in that late game. Moya looking for this swipe now, but gets a hefty hit off Dempsey there, and another one as well. Trying to aggress and maybe even get some connecting shots, try work towards
Aí perdeu, né?
Super's coming in left, right, and center from Affiliate Esports here, and that's going to tie it up. The 3v2 was just a little bit too much for Crazy Raccoon to deal with.
Meg pops out of the mech, and Affiliate Esports don't give her a single chance. They just instantly pop the gadget, pop the super. I'm not giving you any damage at all. This interaction doesn't seem to be any different. Dempsey trying to stay just out of range of Moya.
A Meg eu acho que não funciona muito no nocaute não, mano. Ela é melhor na zona. Na zona, no foot, no pique gema, no roubo.
Morreu. And that's not even blocking off the pathway either. He has to bring
that
back
empatou, hein, mano. Empatou isso aí.
If they do manage to win this one for the side of CR and have less gadgets for the next, Tensai's just gonna walk in a straight line at him. He knows he can win that match, but now it's one round away from Crazy Raccoon taking the set, or one round away from Affiliate Esports evening things out in knockout.
And they're well equipped to keep this going. Shitampo could throw down that turret at a moment's notice. He might opt to use it in more of a defensive area. Here comes an optimal place to place it down. Places it in that nook right around those walls. Well, It's free for Dempsey, though. He still gets pushed back quite a bit, though, so the turret gets to live on. Going for Suzuku and Milkrio, pressing them towards the right side. Tensai also has his super if he wants to use it for control. It's going to be hard for him to earn it back, though, so he might opt to just use it in the late game. In the meantime, Shetampo's turret has fallen, and if Alien Esports continue to trickle down Moya's health.
A ult do carro não seria muito mais roubada. Imagina se ela pega a ult com o carro, perde o carro e ulta porque ela pegou a ult com o carro, aí ela pegaria o carro de novo. Aí acabou, né? F morreu. Não tem como ganhar, não. 2-0. F caiu de novo. F live dos caras.
Look in the magnifying glass and look at these games under a microscope. It's far from it. Serious resilience.
F live dos caras.
Serious resilience from Affiliate Esports, and I think that this has been a great development over the course.
Cara, tem um cabelo prata, não é? É prata isso aí.
Isso
aí é prata, mano.
I think that honestly, this is all on them. We see repeatedly Crazy Raccoon playing very defensive, very oppressive strategies, and Affiliate Esports are still able to perform pretty well in the face of that. I think if they keep up this momentum, then they can expect to get some good shots in on Gymfort, but I won't say my hopes are super high. Crazy Raccoon are just on a different level today.
Yeah, it does just seem like they are. They're just playing so well, and I will say, I don't think Affiliate are playing bad either. You know, they're playing pretty well. They couldn't do a lot in Bounty. This game they had some good plays. Maybe they had a little bit of a better comp and they still lost, but I'm not even sure if they had a little bit of a better comp, as Colette was seeming to struggle against that Meg anyway, so not sure about that one. But at the end of the day, they're still playing well. I don't think they're going to be able to reverse sweep, but their performance has been commendable.
Certainly has been. We're just living in a strange world where even Colette
2-0, né?
into Meg. She's just
2-0.
It's gotta be a ban in the upcoming set, but hey,
2-0.
players know something we don't. Maybe it's better that she remains.
Agora é o que? Agora é o
There could just be bigger fish
roubo.
to fry, but the stats really do speak for themselves. I mean, really a breakaway victory for Crazy.
Passou
but Affiliate Esports are close.
nocaute e pique gema? Não, nocaute e fute. Foi nocaute e fute, né?
We have some different expectations ahead of us.
Eu acho que a Meg não deveria começar com robô. Também. Eu também, mano. Não, eu acho que talvez ela poderia começar com robô só uma vez. Se quiser, mano, deixa ela com robô só uma vez. Se ela morrer, ela não volta com robô, mano. Ela morrer e voltar com robô é muito errado. Ela na zona e ela no pique é muito roubado ela morrer e voltar com robô. Se fosse só uma vez, estava de boa. Mas é toda vez que ela morre, ela volta com o robô. Aí a Meg aí de novo. O cara esquece de banir, mano. Os caras não sabem banir o Brawl, velho. Não é possível. Vai em pé, né?
Hey, stop asking me. You're much better at this than I
Meg
am. I don't like to
pouco.
call it so early. I mean, okay, look. We can pay a little respect to Affiliate Esports here. They got some different picks on their side, not the usual stuff.
Acho que acabou aqui, hein, mano. 3-0.
It's also Gymfort with the indestructible
3-0 aqui, mano.
Will have a good amount of resilience. It's just going to be difficult to get Shetampo on the Meg out of that area once he's in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about the Poco.
Colette. O cara pegou o Colette pra tentar cauterar a Meg.
I'm seeing coming out of Affiliate Esports right now. Fast draft as well. I like the Pam, I like the Penny, I like the Colette. They're all, you know, we're going to be able to sap some ammo out of the Meg from the Pam, and Colette's obviously got a good matchup against it. Poco's going to be able to heal the Meg so much, though, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to get her out of that area.
I mean, Colette, once again, we already saw her struggle. This could be happening all over again. I feel a little bad for Affiliate Esports here, but I also gotta wonder why the choice of not getting rid of Meg. Do they know something that we don't? We've seen Meg defeated. on kind of a microscopic scale. Like, if we look at things big picture, she hasn't really lost a set just yet. So let's see if Aphelion Esports are going to be the ones to break the mold. They've done the impossible last month by defeating this roster, but now not only do they have to defeat Crazy Raccoon, they got
E a ult ela pega facinho, né? Ela pega a ult rapidona de Mag.
Moya as well there. Tensai eats a few of those shots, but gotta heal. We've got a lot of stuff that's going to be able to keep Tensai alive, and Aphelion Esports are in spawn. Suzuki's going to be aggressing and almost falling down now as well. Another heal comes out, a swipe, and everything is just being thrown out from Crazy Raccoon. They want to tie it up here.
They really, really do, and they have all the tools in the toolkit to make it happen. Tensai, despite taking a whole lot of damage, still manages to stand strong. Dempsey now in with the super. We'll have a whole
E o pouco curando a Mag, mano. O cara pegou pouco igual o Byron só pra curar a Mag.
Tensai now with 9 gems over his head. It's going to take a real concerted effort to shut him down. Suzuku could make it work if he gets this super in. But Tensai is pretty much using the terrain to his advantage, staying out of range and setting Shitetampo on the job. Keeping Suzuku back. All of those counters are pretty much cleared out of the way. And Moya gets those full heals in on the guy. It's just not possible to get through him.
Yeah, he is quite low though, but we do still have a heal from Moya, so he chooses to go a little bit aggressive and try and get some damage down. Tensai's going to pop the gadget as well. Heal comes through, but he's not looking too good.
Errou a ult.
Errou
a ult de Colette.
Tensai obviously would have popped into that Meg form rather than the mech, so would have still been alive, but wouldn't have been in the best spot to stay alive.
Perdeu o carro.
Well, now popped out of the mech, it's going to be a bit harder to
9 a
sort of
7.
parade him around as Moya's been doing so
Mano,
far.
faltou uma gema pros caras ganhar.
To get a bit more relaxed there than we've seen them
Eles perdeu o meio.
But they got to start picking themselves up. Aphelion Esports now with their 9th gym. It's all tied up on the gym count. They're going to be difficult to extract from this mid area too, but they do plan on getting this final gym
Vai
in
empatar,
just as
pô.
Tensai pops that last super.
Vai ficar 10 a 10 isso aí.
Suzuku stays alive. Another super cycled out. Tensai picks up number 10. With Suzuku falling, it's all up to Dempsey. Does maybe have the firepower to pop Tensai out of that mech, but he's not just facing Tensai, he's facing
Tem que pegar mais uma, senão vai empatar.
And this guy just cannot be removed from mid. Though, with the Poco peeled
Matou
off, it's
de
going to be
novo.
that much more possible. Could be a reaction from Aphelion Esports now as they've stopped the countdown, now started in their favor with gem number 12.
Yeah, Shtampo cleans up the right though. Suzuku, he's going aggressive.
Vai empatar de novo agora.
From Moya as well, it's there, and that's going to be the 12th gem. They've got some great position in the kill as well, and I mean Dempsey's going to pick up the 12th, but now Tensai comes through. He's going to get the damage, keeping him back, and Moya's
13 a 12.
same as well. 13th in the hands of Tensai, and we're seeing them fall. The gems are back in spawn. They need those. They need them from mid, and they need them now.
Ele silenciou o morteiro.
The destruction on the back lines, but is there enough damage to take down Tensai? The answer is a resounding no. Not even a little close. Tensai still in the mech, safe and sound. Not even
Match point.
with that shield with a
Match
whole lot
point,
of health
né?
at his disposal. But it's not over yet. It's a match point incoming for
Match
Crazy
point.
Raccoon to reclaim their glory from the clutches of Aphelion Esports and advance on to the grand finals. That said, a whole lot of firepower awaits them on the other side. Aphelion almost started to bring this one back. They just got to make sure that they keep Tensai out of that mid area. Suzuku is the main one for making this happen, but he's not able to connect these shots off the beginning. It looks like it's going to be an early game victory for Crazy Raccoon once again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can expect much less. The heals and the mech just pushing through is a really difficult combination to kind of push back. Tensai maybe looking for a little bit too much though. Does have those heals behind him, but Moya shouldn't be too close to a super. I don't think he got that much damage through, and he's quite low himself.
Tensai still keeping Dempsey at bay. Dempsey also getting some passive healing of its
Tensai desistiu do meio e saiu.
Not a sort of privilege afforded just to Tensai now, but he does come in for the surprise attack around the backside.
Eu acho que a Meg jogou errado.
So really, Aphelion Esports gets the last laugh.
Acho que a Meg jogou errado. Só impressão mesmo.
Anything to block the attack from Shitetampo, so he's got to circle around to face Tensai instead. But Tensai's being really, really slippery with the speed gear equipped. Suzuku also getting some good damage in on Moya. Not able to get the kill. Now pinched in between. Whiffs a super unfortunate. Tensai now comes in from the top side. A lot of his damage and shots sapped away from Dempsey. Also falling on the back lines. Milk Rio picking up some of the pieces in the process. A distinct advantage for Aphelion Esports so far, but Crazy Raccoon do have the area control to make it work.
Yeah, I was
6 a 7.
Not so much for what it
7
looks
a
at the moment.
7.
7 to 7 now. It's Crazy Raccoon even things out. Still got this turret here, and another one in the hands of Penny as well, but Shitampo's just keeping him so far back, and he's also got the gems, so he can't over-aggress, he can't make the bold play and try to take Shitampo down. Heals coming in from the Gotcha Gadget of Suzuku there, but not enough. Scraps there as well. 10 times low, the heal is there from Moya. 10-7. They don't need another one from the mid. They can just sit back, they can just stay alive, and they'll win this one through.
No hope of coming back for Feeling Esports just by picking up gems. They gotta somehow shut down Tensai, and it's not looking super hopeful. 3 seconds left. Milk Rio.
GG, mano. Eu votei no time errado, mano. Votei no time errado, 3-0.
Great performance from them all the way through. 3 sets in a row is just, it's very commendable against an opponent like Feeling. They took.
Mano, eu acho que esse time vai ganhar essa agora, vai não? Acho que esse time ganha, mano. O time é muito bom, pô. Como é que eles perderam mês passado? 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
Crazy Raccoon, their work is really cut out from, but it's not even over yet. This is just the first part of their ascent to #1 in the region once again. So many obstacles in the way for them to overcome, but a Feeling Esports proved to not be enough to shut them down this time. I was actually really hopeful for a Feeling coming into this one, though. I mean, what a journey it has been, and you noted this earlier, Suzuku being a pretty new face in the East Asia, not necessarily competitive scene, but when we talk the upper echelons, right? The creme de la creme of this region.
Ligou Pi na conta primária e secundária, falta na terceira. Nossa, eu não votei no crack, mano. F. Tá bom, amanhã eu ganho, mano, na moral. Amanhã eu acabo isso, velho. Nossa, velho. Amanhã eu acabo os pontos, velho. Esqueci o crack, olha no que deu. Já tô Morgana aqui, mano. Eu já tô em Nárnia. Tô em Nárnia, mano. 5 minutos.
Needs needs a ban in the upcoming matches. I mean, we've seen just how chalked it can be, but hey, maybe it's just related to how crazy Raccoon can get on just about any brawler. Tensai, of course, it being one of the main dishers of damage on this team. MVP in our hearts and my eyes too. Tensai's my ride or die. So even if Reject offers a whole lot of opposition in the final moments in the grand finals, I'm still riding with my guy Tensai.
And honestly, I don't blame you. He played it very well. And this, you know, the same.
O pessoal não vai deixar ele jogar de Meg, vai não, mano. Meg é muito forte. A minha tier list aqui, ó. Meg top 1.
But Crazy Raccoon versus Reject in the finals, I couldn't be more pleased.
Meg é top 1, mano.
Not at all. What a storied matchup that we have coming at us once again. I mean, this has been a brilliant day so far, but now the finale is here. It's not what we saw last month at all, but I think we're sort of back to normalcy here in East Asia.
I agree. I mean, it was awesome to see this unfold. I put out a tweet yesterday about my wish list of matchups that I could see, and I want answers. I want to see if Reject can pull it off for a second month in a row, this time against Crazy Raccoon. It's choppy for me, a player that is on a legacy year. He's gone off on his own. He's taken a brand new bunch of players, and now they are seriously contesting for the #1 spot in this region. Crazy Raccoon, no strangers to this spot either, though, fellas. They've been insane, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, they really have. And I mean, I think this is going to be such a great matchup. We see a little bit of a look at the bracket here. What we saw in the past, I won't mention the quarterfinals, but what we've seen today, if you are just tuning in and getting towards these finals.
Eu tenho que votar agora, né? Quem que eu voto, mano? Vou votar na Crazy, mano.
Can't really say the same for a Feeling. They didn't look like they had as much fire as they had.
Acho que eu vou perder, mas eu vou votar neles, mano.
Taken down by Crazy Raccoon today. And if you are just joining, this is where we land right now. The grand finals, Reject versus Crazy Raccoon, and it is lining up to be an absolute banger.
I am sure it'll be nothing less than that. It's been awesome to watch this unfold, and let's see if we differ at all in the predictions.
Eugênio acabou de ter uma missão que vai acabar às 6 da manhã. Vale 200 moedas, no caso, tem que ganhar 2 jogos. Como assim? Missão de agora acaba às 6 da manhã. Vou jogar não. Tô fora. Tô fora, mano.
Crazy Raccoon here now. You don't get to back out. You don't get to double back. You're in with the rest of us, the hive mind today, because well, every one of us have had the exact same predictions all day long. So look, we claim victory together.
Estou aí fora, mano. Eu quero ver só a final aqui. Os caras me copiou, os caras botou na Crazy também. Então deixa eu pegar meu celular ali. Será que eu tenho que...
Yeah, I mean, I'm not backing down from the Crazy Raccoon prediction, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying 100% vote of confidence is not something that I have. Rejects roster, gonna be a
Missão de
chop
200 ouro.
It's an awesome, awesome team to watch. And of course, Memmi has been a great addition to these fellows as well. Somebody that's been around the region for a little bit, just shines on that buy rate.
Nossa, acaba daqui 40 minutos. Missão especial. Tensa 2 partidas. Tensa 2 partidas, mano. Vamos lá. Tacar no combatão aqui.
Really showing us his worth. It was
Tacar no
really
combatão e jogar.
I'm sure we're going to see Rejects surely banning out a lot of that Meg, and we're surely going to be seeing Crazy Raccoon banning out a lot of that Janet, because they seem to be the opposite team's real strengths at this point.
And their opposition, of course, is going to be Tensai,
Perder pra bot é
and
foda.
Sutampo, a very strong roster, which again, I will reiterate, I'm not backing down from, but I'm not 100% confident. Reject has certainly shown some good promise, but today, this is a very different Crazy Raccoon team than we saw last month. They did not let off the gas pedal. It was complete domination the entire time. I feel like Esports looked like a great team last month. Ready CR just looks so good today.
I mean, it's good to see them, you know, step on the gas once again and kind of get back to their former glory, it seemed. Now, shutting down a feeling Esports, it wasn't light work by any definition of that phrase, but still,
top 3, acho que eu vou me matar, mano. Eu vou me matar que top 3 já é uma vitória. 3 me mata aqui. Joga mais uma. Vai ser errado.
Reject, I don't think are going to let this one slide after seeing how precisely Crazy Raccoon was able to hone in the domination of this brawler.
It's a big statement month for both of these teams. Trav, before we let you go, any last second thoughts on this matchup?
I mean, you know, as Reddy said, and as I said a little bit before, I just think they've kind of got to focus.
Tem que jogar 10 jogos, mano.
Like genuinely, that Janet
2 jogos em cada
conta.
conta.
Anybody who Rejects have faced today is absolutely incredible. Whenever they picked out, they won. Whenever Crazy Raccoon picked up Meg, they won. So I think they know each other as well. And Sharpay's going to know what Crazy Raccoon are going to do. He's been teammates with all of them at some point. So I'm sure that he knows what their strategy is and he knows how to counter it. And I think that's going to be an issue for Crazy Raccoon.
I think so too. I mean, how can it not be? So much history between these two teams. He's a 2-time world champion of his own right. He's certainly earned this as well. I think Levi's been a great addition as well. Medmi, no stranger to success. Ready. It's just so awesome to see these two compete. I want a final answer. Are Crazy Raccoon who we think they are, or is it going to be 2 months in a row of falling up short?
This is a matchup that I've been waiting for 2 months now to see, because I expected to see it last month, and Crazy Raccoon didn't quite make it to the grand finals, so I'm ultra ready for this one to get underway. Do we see Reject come out on top once again? And hey,
Na
was
outra
last
conta.
month's victory.
E fazer isso em 5 contas, que tristeza, hein?
And also our
Fazer
crazy
isso em
raccoon
5
ready to
contas,
step up to
mano.
the plate. There is a lot on the line. Importantly, who ascends to that #1 position points-wise headed into the long break, and who gets to sit atop that throne in this region for a good, solid couple
Essa missão é de
months.
agora ou ela tá no
Questions
jogo já
answered
tem muito
in
tempo?
more as we head
Eu não
in
vi
and
ela,
get
não, é?
prepared for this grand final.
Absolutely. I think that's a really big thing to point out to Reject, currently sitting on top of the leaderboards, coming to this month at 184 points, only 20 points ahead of Crazy Raccoon. So, of course, whichever team ends up picking up 100 points with this grand finals win, the other team's only going to get 70. So no matter how you spin it, somebody is coming out on top here today. Trav, we're going to let you go on this one.
Essa estrela, ninguém vai pegar Nani.
Tem
que banir a Meg.
Tem
que banir a Meg. Pegar Max, banir a Meg.
71% to 29. Looks like Crazy Raccoon are once again the favorites despite Reject winning last month.
Me, that's me. That's me. The 71%, not the robot. But yes, I'm a Crazy Raccoon supporter out here. I think they'll be able to get it done. But I also love being proven wrong. So really, okay. But let's see if you can do it like Trav does it. So is this like chalked yet or what?
Top 3, deve ter começado às 5 da manhã.
I mean, it's never over till it's over. It's just pick one. Let's see if they can recover here. We've seen some Colette action going into Meg that does well. They're definitely going to have to get creative with this, right? Meg is in a very strong spot. There's another brawler we called out too. It's Janet time. Somebody that's been very powerful throughout the meta, and now we hand it over to the Reject side's hands. I think they're still very much in this, but it's very interesting to see these two brawlers come out in a mode like the Bounty wild world we live in right now in Brawl Stars.
Dude, not even gonna lie. I saw the Meg come out and I was like, oh, I don't even want to look. But then the Janet came out and I was like, oh, wait.
Meg,
yes,
ninguém baniu a Meg,
this,
mano.
Like,
Ninguém baniu a Meg, Eugênio e Janete. Ninguém pega Brock, ninguém pega Piper. Barley. Barley, mano. Bane o Tiki, não bane o Tiki, os caras pegam Barley, Grey.
The selection from Crazy Raccoon. Haven't seen a whole lot of this guy lately because he's not really that great in the face of aggressive brawlers. Doesn't have a whole lot of DPS to offer, but he does have a whole lot of utility. And should there be a thrower selected on the side of Reject, Moya's, well, there to clean it up. Teleport behind you. Nothing personal, kid, as he takes you down.
Very interesting to see Gray a second time on this map here today, especially in tandem with that Barley selection, and a second go at Mortis as well. Let's get it, Mr. Ready
Mortão,
Set.
mano.
Exciting stuff. Match
cara meteu mortão, mano.
Finals. Our very first set, and we're going to get to see Mortis once again with an opportunity to counter a thrower. Dry Season's an interesting one. In the past, we've seen Mortis from time to time, but it's certainly not an easy thing to utilize. I actually think this matches up quite well with Meg too at times.
I feel like I should have like paid for a ticket to see this or something. Like, isn't it awesome that we get to watch this all for free? Like, the Mortis coming in, we see the Meg, we see also Levi probably switching onto that Janet. This is, I think I might be in heaven. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. Min me. Already picking up that blue star. We'll see just how Crazy Raccoon are able to manifest this Meg on offense, as we've usually seen it on defense, and already Min me looking for blood, looking for a kill. Not able to quite get that elimination, but he came quite close to taking down both Shitampo and Tensai. An exciting matchup already getting underway, but Crazy Raccoon, they continue the offense.
Now it's going to be a pinch here. A pull going down as well. Right onto Moya. Bold play here. They do get taken down to the truck. Back and forth affair right now. 4-star lead ultimately going to the Crazy Raccoon side. Shitampo with a super in his hand as well. Tensai keeping his distance, and Memmi is once again going to have to farm up another super. Choppy needs to be careful about when he pulls. They can tag team the mech, but they have to do it as a unit, and right there wasn't enough firepower behind them. Crazy Raccoon with little over a minute to go and a significant lead.
Matou ainda. Conseguiu matar, mano.
And he's out of there. Never mind. Choppy's looking for more, and Tensai falls. Levi tries to cover his tracks, and now with the drop of the base, they will have the lead for now. Just 2 stars. but it's enough to take a victory. Crazy Raccoons still have plenty
10 a
of
8.
start pushing things back. Moya looking for that super. Levi also. Sky
Morreu.
high and high and dry too. He doesn't have much help to work with. The Choppy almost taken down by these bottles crashing in from Tensai's last call. He's completely cornered on the back left.
10 a 11.
He does have a super that he can use to pull. Break open some walls if he so desires. And here comes actually a great teleport placed by Shitetampo. Moya can use that to escape. He can also use it to push in if absolutely necessary. A little spin there from Moya, leaving some tire marks as a souvenir for Minmi as he tries to recoup something on the right side. Obviously focused in on Tensai. The countdown active. Crazy Raccoon just barely ahead.
And with 9 seconds to go, they need to act fast. Minmi getting in there, cycling a super. Moya
13 a 10.
13 stars, though,
16 a 13. 17 a 16.
Keeps Moya Goku alive, and it's gonna be survival at its finest. Crazy Raccoon with our first one.
I'm lost for words. I'm dreaming right now. What an amazing match that we've already gotten started off to. And Crazy Raccoon just barely come out on top with a 1-star lead. Keep in mind also just how close this last game came to reaching that 20-star threshold. We haven't yet seen a game won by reaching 20 stars, so this would be an exciting place to see.
Pô, vê, mano, eu tava jogando.
Crazy Raccoon, though, will have to play
Fazendo a missão de pegar ouro, nada a ver. Já peguei 2 contas, falta 3 contas ainda.
There it is. The vengeful spirits coming in from a Choppy, and Reject continue to build this lead, but it's only a minuscule one. Only 3 stars, and Minmi of all brawlers is holding on to that blue star that breaks ties.
3 a 0.
Beautiful gadget going down from a Choppy there too.
Mano, o Mortis parece que cautera a Meg.
All of this as well. Moya Goku needs to be careful. Does have that swing, slowly regenerating that HP, one of the changes that Meg has in her current state. Then we can have to keep his distance here. Not the easiest thing. You see the super flash from Moya Goku. RC having to fall back behind their own enemy lines. Slowly but surely making their way up the map are Crazy Raccoon, and things could get real scary, but Choppy just holding on to this super to try and catch some enemies off guard.
Hey, you want to talk scary? Look at Moya on the left side. He's way out of position, and he's
Morreu 5. 7 a 0. 7 a 0, mano.
And Shitetampo runs for the hills. He could use a teleport, but it just wouldn't be the greatest use. He's got to enable some kind of play-in from Moya or an escape from Minmi. Here it comes, but he decides to play aggressive, actually, leaving that hole for someone to teleport from the left side.
Mano, Gray, eu não acho que seja um Brawl tão bom pra jogar assim, velho.
Levi also close range versus Moya, but won't get that elimination. Even tried to finish the job using that drop the base, but was not a possibility. Still 0 stars for Crazy Raccoon. A good reaction from
Acabou 1 a 1.
as he gets the first kill for his team. Not much time left. Moya out of the Meg. Just doesn't look like there's counterplay here from Crazy Raccoon, and Reject will very confidently take game number 2 and tie up set number 1.
Wow, complete difference from what we saw in game number 1. Simply no signs of life really there coming in from Crazy Raccoon. Just a reject game number 2 there at its finest, and man, it's a 1-1 already. Things heating up.
A skin da MZ tá na loja, mano.
Month number 3. Let's see who takes this one here. It's going to be a tough one, but an easy blue star usually can be acquired here from Minmi.
Skin da MZ nova tá na loja.
Now it's going to be a contention for this mid. So far, it's CR winning in terms of positioning. Here comes Minmi, though, the first kill striking. Does manage to stay alive.
50 de vida.
50 HP. Survives now. Moya Goku attempting to be on the hunt, but can't quite close the gap.
The swipe in, swipe out has just got to be one of my favorite things to see Minmi do here. He like fakes out opponents and even will just get a single.
Deixa eu ver que se depois tem como comprar skin por bling. Eu não só acho que não, né? Será que tem, velho? Não tem não.
Stars total, just 1 above Reject scoreline. Now they get to play on their terms. Shitetampo especially, as he's well not facing into Minmi. Here comes the pull. Moya pulled in, still able to get the elimination. Has to stay away from Minmi. Shitetampo here could be coming to the rescue. Minmi now with the elimination, bringing his star count to 5.
Tá 13 dias bloqueado. Só pode comprar daqui 13 dias.
Very dangerous game, but he knows this all too well. He has that super to bail him out if things get too hairy. 50 seconds left. Plenty of time for Minmi to pick up another kill. Here it comes. Moya shut down now. Minmi's collecting all these stars, and he's taking names to another kill on a Tensai. And Levi finishes off another one. 16 stars. They're getting dangerously close.
2 semanas quando lança.
Menmi is simply carrying the team right now in terms of stars, but a Choppy certainly putting the team on his back as well. Another swipe going.
Mano, o Mortis tá jogando muito bem. GG Mortis, mano.
Levi with the shot going through. Menmi gonna take his time here as this countdown approaches.
GG Mortis.
Inside looks for the kill. Menmi swipes in for the final kill. 20 out of 20 stars in a blue
GG Mortis.
Top it off. Reject. Not only do they take
1-0 para Reject.
They take the set in a dashingly handsome fashion.
Agora dá pra eu jogar.
Their side and really being
Fazer a
the
missão.
centerpiece of this entire composition. What a shutdown and what flashy stuff from Menmi.
I don't know, it changed in games number 2 and 3, but Reject woke up. Menmi looked like an absolute menace out there. The Mortis was something to watch. You know, it's an interaction I don't get to see too often, but genuinely, Mortis can be fine into Meg at times, especially when you're cycling that super like Menmi did. Obviously, not just anyone can walk up and do that, right? This guy is as good as it gets. Super after super, swiping in and out, just dashing up the map and watching him.
Morri pra bot, olha no que deu, mano.
To see some beautiful Mortis gameplay today.
It's not just about the aggression, he plays it in such a calculated way. He will take a risk every now and then, sure, but in the end, everything is really calculated down to a T. He'll start off that interaction at the beginning of the game going hyper-aggressive. We saw him do it in game number 1. Okay, it didn't work out, but even in that situation, dude, he's farming up that super. He's building up the moment for the big plays. Sometimes he'll go aggro just to get one swipe off on an opponent to get himself a bit closer to that super. Surgical gameplay from Menmi on the Mortis. The kills are staggering on his side. What a first set for Reject.
6 extra kills for the side of Reject. I think that really was reflected in games 2 and 3. And of course, they hit the kill cap, 20 stars being acquired in game number 3, ending that set off with a bang. Crazy Raccoon had a great first game, but as we go into field goal here, they're gonna have to try something new. And I think we have 2 teams that are very down to try some crazy stuff. We've seen Dynamite multiple times on this map today. We've already seen Mortis twice. We've seen Shelly show up today. What brawlers could we possibly not see? We saw a lot of Byron earlier, so maybe we get a flare of that coming in too. But for now, it's going to be no Crow, no Penny, no Bonnie on our left-hand side, and a first overall
Max baniu MZ, Meg e RT.
Can we talk shocker from Crazy Raccoon? They've gotten rid of the Meg.
Curvo, Penny, Bonnie.
Crazy Raccoon anymore. Said someone who's only been watching this region for one day, but it's all right. They have plenty of other things that they're good at here. Just that Brawler propelled them to success in a lot of ways in their very first match of the day. So now let's think of how they're going to face versus a Max. Okay, Janet, take that out of the enemy department. And also,
tô na base do café. Mano, eu já tô quase morrendo aqui, velho. Eu só tô esperando acabar mesmo pra eu GG e dormir. E Mimi, né, mano? Mimi, velho, já tá na hora. Maluco. Quem for ver a Europa aí é corajoso, mano. A Europa começa às 7 da manhã, né? Agora é 5h30, daqui 1h30, mano.
1h30. Just because it's something we're used to seeing on Brawl Ball right now. It's the current state of the game. We've seen some crazy brawlers out here. El Primo's showing up in regions. A lot of different brawlers can go, and it's going to be Fang as the choice of tank for the Reject side. I'm curious to see who they pair this with. They need to be careful, looking out for somebody like a Lou that could disrupt this, or maybe a, Primo play that could generally do well in the most tanks. We don't see that as much with Fang, but there's certainly a few options for Crazy Raccoon to respond if they so choose. Reject for now, though. Choices in their hands as the clock ticks down. A very important pick coming up.
This is what we were talking about, right? It doesn't have to be a last pick in their grasp for them to pick up something like this, and then they'll even do it again. Nita on their side. Love the Nita selection as long as you're facing into tanks, which is, yeah, I mean, they're playing against Carl, but the counterplay from Carl is simply play a range, don't get up close. It's that
Fiz a missão em 3 contas, falta
just how well
2.
Nita can play on field goal, how the lane shape kind of lends itself to her advantage. Wall break isn't a high priority here. so the bushes are going to remain intact. She has some cover to fire around with those indestructible walls on either side. Willow also going to make her debut on the monthly final streams now as a final selection from Crazy Raccoon.
Willow, Carleto, eu acho que perdeu, hein, mano, 2 a 0. 2 a 0 aqui agora? Acho que é 2 a 0, mano.
And as a reaction to say Minmi getting up close and personal.
You can make some cheeky plays with Willow, especially since her whole mimic is that she can just kind of take over other brawlers. It's an awesome thing to see. I'm a little surprised to see it on game day. It is something I've definitely seen tested out, especially in our native region of North America, something in scrims that I've seen quite a bit. It should be really interesting to see, but this is going to be their thrower of choice, and in Brawl Ball makes sense since you can kind of control the other enemy and just take over the ball, shoot
tô na base da esperança.
momentum swing, but it does take some time to charge up that super. We'll see how Moya Goku
Willow.
Not only do you have to charge up the
Levi
makes it happen. Okay, why'd he go that aggressive? Reject coming in for the hero plays, and also maybe reminding Crazy Raccoon just how quickly the tides can shift. Moya, though, finds himself in a pretty advantageous position, keeping Minmi at range. There's not really anything that Minmi can do in this matchup. He's going to have to go for the lane switch, but it was a good thing that he stayed on the left side to make sure that that was a pretty concerted defense. Big
nem fudendo, perdeu a bola. Perdeu a bola, mano.
Remained alive just long enough to prevent that from getting scored in. Also, we saw the ball just not quite reach where a Choppy was, but Reject are going for some lightning goals. This is really surprising stuff.
Dash forward from a Choppy. That's going to be one picked up there. Tensai, Moya Goku defending successfully, though. 2v2 situation as they try and branch out of their goal side. Levi continuing to blast the enemy, keeping them at bay. Minmi retaliating on this right-hand side. Speed going down the left. Levi picking up this ball, intercepted by Tensai, though. And the defense continues to hold. The Choppy trying to get on some action here, though. Good takedown there. A phase shift forward. They're trying to dive into this. Minmi can make a rush for the ball. Moya Goku can't do enough damage. Wide open goal. Reject take the lead.
1-0 offense from Reject, and you can see the amount of coordination too. Levi getting ready with the phase shifter forward, a Choppy with the super
1-0, mano.
pass. And really the only reason we didn't see a goal so quickly is because that ball came just short of a Choppy's reach. Could see it happen again. They only have so many gadgets to use, and a super is hard to come by when your opponents are playing so carefully. Shitetampo, appropriate reaction there from Levi. Still gonna see him fall. Minmi tries to push this ball forward. Tensai's on low health. He's got to play this carefully. Good takedown. Now pass up to Moya, but we haven't really seen that good control in from Moya just yet. No huge plays from the Willow, as they also popped their super just a moment ago. Shitetampo also on the right side, keeping Minmi at range.
E acabou aqui, hein, mano. 1-0, não tem como os caras ganhar aqui, não.
Shitetampo ready for a pass. Tensai's got to stay alive. Here it comes. Super blocked by a Choppy. He's able to defend it just long enough. Moya can receive the ball. Shitetampo, though, not able to receive that pass. And it's a win for Reject.
Wow, what a game. Reject able to capitalize on some good positioning, a good couple takedowns, just some overall insane teamwork right there. Crazy Raccoon were certainly in that one, though. We gotta see some more Willow supers, though, if they really want to thrive here. It's a pick that is really relying on capitalizing on supers.
Virou fantasma, mano. Os 3 caras virou fantasma. 3 não, né? Todo mundo virou fantasma. É nova skin do Brawl, mano. É o fantasminha camarada, nova skin do Brawl.
Perfect opportunity to get that super and fire things up. A Choppy on the right side, also
Voltou.
trying to keep Moya at bay. Levi now might have an opportunity to start pushing things up. Tensai on very low health. Super forward. That's the kill shot for Moya. Just a slow roll in as Crazy Raccoon claimed the first goal of this game.
Nicely done. Looks like they're wiping away and going back to their normal skins now. Moya Goku with super in hand now too. Definitely going to be a factor here in our second game. Big pickup on the right-hand side.
Ué, voltou ainda.
But a dive forward, a Choppy with a few kicks here and there, doing some serious damage, but not enough for any kills. Levi.
A Willow tá jogando bem, mano.
Goalkeeper with that phase shift. Minmi picking up this ball. They're going to try and dish it out now. Shitetampo going to the back.
Faltou chutar, mano. Faltou chutar, velho. O Carleto salvou. Carleto salvou ele agora, mano.
Wow, just how quickly that ball can go from one side to the other, and both teams have to expend gadgets to reposition themselves, given how well their teammates have set themselves up in a striking position. But now Levi could enable Minmi to score one. Down goes Shtetamo. Minmi, oh yeah, a little wiggle walk. Yeah, a little celebration there at the goal line too, as Reject ties up the scoreline 1-1. But Crazy Raccoon are well equipped to start shifting the tides themselves. Moya especially has a super that he can use to control an opponent. That ball gets close to the score line, and Reject are not equipped to deal with it. Could see Crazy Raccoon make them walk in their own ball. Here it comes. Once again, on the left side. Achapi and Levi try to shove it in, but Tensai and Shtetamo are ready with the abilities to defend.
Yeah, this Paullopx gonna have to be played very carefully. That goal coming in from Reject was based on positioning. They had too much HP. Willow doesn't deal enough damage, not anywhere close, can't use that super. With 15 seconds to go, RC and the teammates are going to be looking to try and grab this ball. For now, CR defending plenty of supers and utility on their hands to defend. This one is looking like it's gonna approach
Willow tem ult.
5 seconds left till we see all these walls break down, but really who has the advantage here? I'm tempted to say Reject. Even though they do have Minmi on their side, he'll still be able to peek around these walls effectively.
E tem que ultar no Carleto. Peng tem que ultar no Carleto, mano.
They're setting themselves up for some big passes up the right side. But they need Tensai to go over there. Achapi now with the super in, but he's controlled Shtetamo with destruction. Moya now almost able to take down that bear. Levi has to pop the speed solo. Another gadget in, a roll up the right side. Levi's not able to make it in time. And Crazy Raccoon.
Que golaço, mano. Meu Deus, velho.
A shocking goal right there. I did not see that coming. It looked like Shtetamo was taking a breather.
Nossa, mano, tá 2-0 agora? Tá 2-0, né?
No, he does the unexpected and with perfect timing.
Não, tá 1-1 ainda.
Right through the net in overtime.
Tem chance, velho.
Second set and CR are not going anywhere.
Not for now, at least. Reject have already inched forward on that match score with a single set on their side. Crazy Raccoon.
Os dois times são muito bons, mano.
Choppy and Levi, this deadly combo, setting themselves up on the left side. If Choppy gets that super, that really could be the killing blow, or at least the first goal of the game. Crazy Raccoon are doing their best to deny it. Moya in the process also.
Matou a Janete. É só chutar, mano. 1-0.
Shtetamo not able to block the ball while inside of that tailspin. Reject already start things off with a solid goal.
Tensai does have the ability to use the super, and Moya Goku's gonna have to take advantage, possibly
earlier
of the super of his own. He held on that super last time for a very long time, obviously being a crucial factor for how they ended up surviving it. Choppy, low HP as well. Gonna have to deal with the healthy Shtetamo. There's the speed as well. Levi trying to energize the teammates. Tailspin going down. Shtetamo getting a pickup here as Levi just tries to buy his teammates as much time as possible. But the CR is imminent. Minmi, Achapi, back from the goal side.
Anitta não consegue fazer nada. Anitta é BRAWL inútil aqui, mano.
Especially when it's a 2v3. Moya could get the control. Here comes Achapi. He's gonna walk it into his own goal. The huge plays with the Willow. And Crazy Raccoon equalize the scoreline.
How do you stop it? If you can't beat him, join him, right?
Anitta é BRAWL inútil aqui, mano.
Type play there, no brawler quite like her. She's a real menace, and especially in this mode when you can bring it back, the old-timey self goals. Well, it's just a strong factor. Levi now dropping in some energy for the teammates. Tensai getting taken down here. Shtetamo backing it up. Kick over to Achapi. Low HP. Goes it down. Moya Goku ends up hitting the shots. A miss super, though, onto Levi.
Mano, Anitta tá fazendo nada, velho. Que BRAWL inútil aqui, mano. Pra que pegar Anitta aqui, mano? Tá empatado.
Immediate elimination onto Achapi as Minmi and Levi have to defend by themselves.
5 seconds left till we see all these walls break down too. Moya's equipped with some control. Here comes a bit of area control, though, in a more of a metaphorical way. Achapi forcing this ball up the right side. Tensai now approaching from the top side. Achapi could fall. Last bomb needs to come in, but it just doesn't land. And Moya's trapped on the right side. Minmi, Achapi, both also on this right side. Just trying to defend versus Shtetamo. A kill could mean a shot right down that right side for Shtetamo. There it is, right between the legs of Levi and Achapi.
Mas estão passando a fome aqui, tão não, velho? Estão passando a fome às vezes, velho. 2 a 0 por... Não, tá 1 a 1 agora, né? 1 a 1. Tá 1 a 1 agora.
I really felt like Reject were right there, but Crazy Raccoon just couldn't turn off the goal switch. They just continued to find ways in these clutch overtime moments to put it in the back of the net.
Ita carregou.
This just really feels like two powerful teams going against each other. This is
O Rafa, como é que você consegue ficar acordado ainda, mano? Tu tá bom, hein, velho, que você tá doido, velho. Eu tô morrendo de sono aqui. 1 a 1 já. Vai ser roubo agora.
And expect nothing less just from this match overall, right? We can extend that to every single set. And even coming in with insane expectations, I'm still... My expectations have been surpassed. Every single clutch moment, Tampo with a goal after we saw an amazing defense from Moya with the area control. And this is when Moya, I believe, made a choppy walk it in. It's the old, why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? And keep in mind also that he didn't have that ball to begin with. It had to be passed to him by one of the members of Crazy Raccoon. Another killer moment from Tampo. We see a whole lot of Crazy Raccoon highlights in this last set.
13 kills do Moya, mano. 13 kills. O Anitta foi o Nemi, não foi? Anitta foi o Nemi, certeza, mano. Anitta é o Nemi, mano. Nita não jogou nada. Mano, o Nita ali é inútil. Eu já joguei liga com o Nita exatamente dessa forma aí, velho. A Nita vira um Brawl inútil, mano. Porque tu não consegue chegar nos caras. Os caras te cauteram. Acho que foi o... Se não foi o IDK que tava contra, foi alguém da live que tava contra, mano. Alguém me cauterou, abriu o mapa todo, ou era lançador que cauterou eu de Nita. Nita é inútil, mano, assim, velho. Jogar de Nita assim é horrível. Eu acho que o Rafa tava no meu time, mano. E o Rafa tava no meu time. Não lembro, mano. Nita é inútil jogar assim de Nita, mano. O primeiro pique dos caras sempre é Corvo, né, nesse mapa. Novo meta, Nita nada, é Corvo. Corvo é o Davi, mano. Davi? É o Davi, né? Sim, Rafa, acho que você tava no meu time, pô. Eu não fiz nada de Nita no jogo. Não tinha como eu jogar de Nita no jogo. Se não era Nita, era Ashe. Acho que eu tava de Ashe, mano. Tu pegou Ashe e os caras abriu o mapa, velho. Era Ashe, não era Nita, não. Tô maluco já, eu tenho que dormir, mano. Tô doido. Aí teve uma partida de Nita também que eu não fiz nada, mano. Acho que foi na última partida de... Último dia de liga, velho. Penny, Max, Corvo. Não pode pegar sniper. Tem que pegar um tanque aí. Acho que um Daryl, não. Daryl, Ivy, não, Ivy não. Tem que ser Daryl. Bonnie. Não sei, mano. Daniel.
Yeah, I think the Bell paired with Pam makes a lot of sense too. For similar reasons, like we said for 8-bit, right? When you have that turret and healing station on the ground, the Bell bounce shot, it's just another way that Bell can utilize her shot. So they kind of take that away.
Bora ver da Europa, você tá maluco, eu vou morrer aqui, mano.
Pam here, of course, Bonnie just a very solid, consistent brawler as well.
É 6 horas, velho.
From Crazy Raccoon as well. Penny can seriously dish out some damage if you drop the salty.
O cara não pega Brock, não pode por da Max, né? A Max cautera o Brock. Mas ninguém pegou Brock nos mapas abertos, mano. Nem no caça e nem no roubo. Não, no roubo pegou. Eles pegou o Brock no mapa que não era pra pegar Brock. E perdeu. De Brock e Bibi. Os caras pegam quando não é pra pegar. Quando não é pra pegar, eles pegam.
Second going on the way of Tensai, but Tampo manages to shove things off of his lane. Now he gets to work on this safe.
A Penny passou. A Bonnie eu tô sem vida.
Reaction there on the side of Crazy Raccoon too, as the safe is defended, but Tampo's going to town on this safe, and Tensai is not planning on letting up either. Could be a good old-fashioned
a Penny pegou o morteiro.
Gears up to fire away with this mortar, and Reject just not in position to defend.
CR letting him have it right now. Tensai low HP. Moegoku with the dive in.
Ixi, mano, acho que eles perdeu já aqui, hein, mano. 2 a 0. 2 a 0 não, 2 a 1. 2 a 1 aqui já, mano.
Tensai with nowhere to go finally falls, but Tatampo still putting in work right now. Sub 15% at this point. It's going to take a perfect game number 1.
Belly Pan e Bonnie.
Moya can really take this thing down single-handedly too, as long as he's able to leverage that super, but he is
60-14
with that mark over his head, and a lot of shots being reflected over to him too. Choppy could also get the takedown. Mama Squeeze coming in, and Moya
50-14
over that left side. Great interaction from a Choppy on the right. Minmi and Levi now get to punish this safe. A jump in from Moya and a victory on that right lane, but he's marked yet again. It's so punishing.
14-40.
He's consistently marked, but he's got some fists to fire back.
20-14.
Now he's got to defend versus Levi on the back lines. Minmi taken down. Reject still behind by a significant amount, but Crazy Raccoon starts to shift things into the driver's seat. Now shifting into the fourth gear as they now set that safe.
É só o Corvo lutar no cofre, não?
Get a good jump in here if he wants to finish things out.
Eu acho que é só ele lutar no cofre, né? Não, eu tô maluco. Nossa, mas meu Deus, velho. Meu Deus, mano. E essa ult do Corvo aí? Isso aí foi autofire, foi não? Se não foi autofire, eu sou um Corsa. Se essa ult do Corvo não foi autofire, eu sou um Corsa. Era só o Corvo lutar no cofre, mano. O cara lutou no meio do nada, velho.
Crazy Raccoon being the main benefactor, but can they keep this up? I think we saw great stuff from Reject there after they sort of made a blunder in the early game, right? They decided to ignore Tampo on their safe, thinking, yeah, we'll be able to win this mid fight and then get the 3v2 on the safe.
A Belly não é ruim não. Aí morreu.
Just continue to chip them
Ziquei a Belly.
Bit of a trade on the right side though could favor Crazy Raccoon, as Moya simply has the superior movement. Now gets to move into some of these bushes on the right.
Morreu.
Levi try to flush him out. Choppy also doing a
O
great
Corvo
job
se matou, né? Ele não morreu.
Friendly fire as that shot from Bell reflects back and takes down Crow with it. Still though, Crazy Raccoon have the mid positioning as it once again multiplies to a.
Ué, F aí tá de sacanagem, velho. Ô, livezinha, na moral, mano.
Getting some high safe damage to kick things off here. Levi in prime position to be a pest for this other side. That corner is a perfect place to be. He can just kind of play ring around the rosies with Tensai until another teammate joins up. But he better be careful here as Tensai is playing defense. His teammates generating a ton of offense going down here. Now they're expanding their lead. Moegoku still staying alive and now kind of playing an in-between role in this mid. 11% the difference right now with Crazy Raccoon back in the lead.
More speed in, Tampo now looking to connect with the safe. Big stuff in with the
Agora ele lutou meio certo, né?
He's all over the safe and all over his Choppy too. Takedown and Tampo
50-50
on the right side solo as it starts to target the safe. He's got to protect it for as long as he can. He'll get some good shots in the process. Minmi has to decide between defending
40-50
and going for mid. And he does actually get a bit of both. He's able to slow the entrance.
Mano, essas ult do Corvo aí eu não sei, velho. Ele tá lutando pra defender o espaço. Ele não quer dar dano, ele quer defender o espaço.
39% now slowly dwindling. Huge
Morreu.
pickup on this left-hand side, though. Moegoku could be the next to fall too. Double takedown now.
Eles vai perder.
Walks up this left-hand
20
side.
segundos.
Still battling for the right. Tensai joining in the action as Levi makes a couple connecting shots here. Energy drink.
A Bonnie tem ult, a Bonnie tem ult. A Bonnie tem ult, mano. A Bonnie ultou. Eles estão ganhando. Estão ganhando, mano. Tá boa. Empatou? Empatou, né? Empatou, eu acho. Esses dois times são muito bons, mano. Eles estão empatando tudo. Eu quero ir dormir e os caras empatam tudo, velho.
This is a big one for momentum and a little safety cushion. It's a best 3 of 5, of course, so going up 2-3 here would be huge, but right now it is CR laying it into RC. Levi successfully defends, though they only give up 3% on that little run there, but Memmi is going to fall. Chape, low HP. Moyagoku doing a little chip damage here and there, but it's definitely not enough to secure a huge lead. It's going to be left to RC now to defend and then make a counter push of their own, as CR are currently living in these bushes.
Ninguém matou a Bonnie. A Pam morreu. A Belly morreu. A Bonnie tá batendo. 80-80. Morteiro macetando o cofre. 79 a 79. E o morteiro ali.
Shots connecting once again onto Tensai. The damage amplifier going to help them tremendously. Satapo low HP. Levi picks up the kill. It is a trade though.
70-70.
The only difference between these two teams right now with a little over a minute to go. Tensai seemingly getting aggressive here. They're going to have to pinch him now. Levi looking for a kill. A kill on this right-hand side as well, as Levi's going to dive in.
Tô todo torto também. 50-70.
Connecting shot though, an expanding lead for Crazy Raccoon. This penny turret has put in work on game number 3.
Beautiful retake now for Reject.
40-70.
Take down that turret. There it is. Easy fire to the backside. Minmi Achapi also slowed down though, and a lot of that healing negated. Tensai has to face in this 1v2. Solo speed popped.
40-40. 40-70, quer dizer, né? 20-70. Acabou. Crazy ganhou, 2-1. 2-1, mano.
Wow, just chills. I mean, this is just two incredible teams going at it. A very close set once again, but Crazy Raccoon ultimately able to pull away from a...
Agora ganha, vai. Vira 3-1, vai. Não fica 2-2 não, na moral, mano. 3-1 eu tô feliz, vai. 3-1, pelo amor de Deus, vai. Não faz 2-2, não. Agora é pique gema. Pique gema, mano.
Hi, that's me. Yeah, I'm the one who claimed that Crazy Raccoon's going to take it all in 2023. In case you were wondering, I mean,
a Crazy ganhar vai ser o time que eu votei, né? Eu votei na Crazy. A 2-1.
Crazy Raccoon takes it all this year. Reject is hot on their heels. They've upset them before and they could do it again. And hey, they
é muito fraca. Mano, o Pan é forte, só que não sei, velho. A Pan é boa, só que ela é complicada de jogar. Não é difícil de jogar com ela, só que ela é difícil de jogar com uma comp boa. Ela ali, ela é boa, só que ela não deu dano, não deu... Talvez um 8-bit no lugar dela seria melhor. 8-bit na Pan? Não sei. Que gema, mano. Aqui é Ruffles. Rufflesão? Egg Ruffles. RT meio. Ninguém baniu o Mag. Ah. Nossa, os caras é burro, velho. Não é possível. Eu vou falar é mais nada, velho.
Oh, Meg just refuses to go away. If she's not in this band stage, it seems she's going to be played in just...
Os caras não bane Mag, mano.
based brawler anymore. Somebody who's good enough to shine in her own right.
Cara, não tem noção de banimento, velho, não é possível. E olha que eu tô dormindo, velho. Eu tô dormindo e eu sei o que tem que banir já. Eu tô dormindo e eu sei jogar. Ufos aí, ó. Ufos é bom também.
Love the combo. B, Ruffs. I mean, name a better duo. Always. Okay, there are a lot of duos in this game, and it's arguable who's the best. But I love this combo for a lot of reasons. And when we work in a Crystal Arcade, it starts to become obvious. You break up some of these side lanes, make Minmi such a valuable asset to have, as he's able to pretty much shoot down just about anyone that he can face versus even snipers, as long as there's no cover for them to hide behind. Max, now the selection from Crazy Raccoon.
MZ nessa arena massa, ela tá banida.
Agrees on this one way or the other. How does the Max versus B matchup go? Well, I have speed and you're able to slow down, but does it really work that well? B can be quite weak.
Mano, confia que o Crazy ganha pra eu ir dormir, vai. 3-1 pra Crazy e acabou. Confia no 3-1, vai. 3-1, acabou, GG. A Mimi. Stu. 3-1, vai. 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. Confia, 3-1. 3-1, vai. Já é 6 horas. 4 horas de campeonato ainda. Foi. O outro começa às 7, quem quiser ver aí, ó. E a Europa começa às 7, mano.
I'll say one thing, he doesn't really have any clear counters on the opposing side. Moya might be able to keep him at range quite effectively. Shitetampo absolutely able to do the same. But this is when we start to understand things are falling into place. We see Minmi and a Choppy go, okay, that's the duo, right? That was the objective. But now that some of those have been denied to the enemy team, Levi is really able
Meg lateral, Max meio. A Max é boa contra a Bia, mano. A Meg tá muito apelona, tá muito roubada mesmo. Cara, tão ganhando, mano. Tão ganhando, velho. Continua ganhando assim que eu vou ir dormir, vai. Confia na vitória aí, vai. 7-0. Matou a Bia. Matou. Acabou, aqui acabou, mano. 1-0, vai. Aqui acabou já, 1-0. Não bane Meg, isso que dá, velho. Não bane Meg. Pra que não banir a Meg, né, mano? Levi can't even get a super. Moya, Goku, and Shitetampo are playing so defensively. Tensai safe. Ora, 1-0 vai 2-0. He's locked in. Laser focus activated. They're one game away from winning the monthly final.
One more and they could be returning to former glory. The predictions and the folks at home, despite last month, have not doubted them. The entire
Eu não sei se já tem como votar na Europa. Tem, não tem? É 6 horas que vota na Europa. Eu já vou votar e vou ir dormir.
After that game number 1, not their best showing here today, and an early start here that goes much better for them should really help them out.
Gotta see this early game super from a Choppy. He will have it in his hands, but he's not using it.
Aqui já tá mais empatado. O Rufus não abriu o mapa. Se ele não abrir o mapa, a Meg não ganha.
But that's a huge victory for Reject, as now not only does a Choppy have positioning, but Minmi is in a good spot too.
Morreu.
Double effort on the left side though. Tensai and Moya double up on the lane. They bait the super out of the guy too, and get the takedown on the right lane.
Matou. 8-0. 7-0, né?
Defense. Crazy Raccoon now could climb closer to getting that countdown.
8-0. 9-0. 10-0. 10-0, mano. Acabou. Acabou, mano. GG. 5 segundos. GG. Paulo vai dormir. Deixa eu já fazer a votação da Europa aqui, né? Votação da Europa.
The beast from East Asia breathe success and have emerged victorious once again. Crazy Raccoon have assured the globe that they are to be feared and the crown still rests on their
Tem que
heads.
fazer a enquete aqui, ó, também, ó.
Play, but they're also here for business to make a name
Enquete,
for themselves
enquete.
bring themselves back to that former glory they achieved a couple of months
enquete, mano.
And with that, they also
Botar no
top the
Saitampo.
leaderboards in this region,
Saitampo, né, mano?
themselves here safely so for at least a couple more months. Reject put up a
F crack,
serious
mano.
effort, and honestly, I think this one should have gone to set number 5, but I can't be upset with the outcome here.
Não tem crack, não?
We had a lot more
Não tem crack.
than, I think we deserve, right? Crazy Raccoon Reject. This is the match.
Faltou crack
that we
aqui,
don't
né?
deserve,
Cadê o
but
crack?
it's a match that we all love to see. It is such good Brawl Stars, man.
Não votei no crack. Beleza, não tem crack mais não. F. O site caiu. O site caiu e olha no que deu. Não tem crack, mano. Beleza, não vai me dar crack não. Essa é a vida. Tá bom. Aí, 3.000, já deu. Se deu 3.000, não preciso votar, né, mano? Se deu 3.000, não preciso votar. Aí o outro... Outro seria a Europa, mas cadê a Europa? F Europa, mano. Em breve. F Europa, mano. GG, eu vou ir nessa, amanhã tô de volta. Amanhã eu faço do Brasil, né? Amanhã é do Brasil, mano. Amanhã é do Brasil, eu tô de volta. Quem quiser vir da Europa é no site aqui do Brawl, é Twitch, Brawl. Vai passar da Europa daqui 1 hora. Valeu e falou. Boa noite. Tamo junto. Valeu, falou.